I believe the inspector may have an interesting case for us, Holmes.
I told you, Watson, I am tormented by a migraine and I need to take my cure.
I'll take only a moment of your time, Mr. Holmes.
Go on then, Inspector, but make a stab at the essence, please.
All right. A Mr. Melvin Tuttle, a junior partner with the law firm of Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright, dropped dead of a heart attack yesterday. We believe it was poison.
Yes, Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright is one of the most prestigious law firms in London.
Pray let him continue, Watson.
You may want to know that I have spoken with the partners. Sir Sidney Sloane says he never arrives before noon. Mr. Swarthmore was at his morning appointment at Bell's Baths, and curiously enough, Mr. Cartwright began an unscheduled and indefinite leave of absence just 2 days before.
My temples are splitting, Inspector. Motive?
Another solicitor by the name of Harold Diggs was passed over for promotion 3 months ago. The position went to Mr. Tuttle. Diggs felt he was far more qualified, and so he resigned.
Ah, the jealous colleague. Certainly a motive for murder.
Is there anything else, Inspector?
I would suggest picking up a copy of the Morning Times. And if you're interested, I've got the contents of Tuttle's desk down at the yard.
Thank you, Inspector. Now, if I may work on my recovery in peace.
Sherlock Holmes with a migraine, eh? I would not think so. If he ever had any kind of a headache, it would be from boredom. Yes, we're back to, as you can see, Sherlock Holmes Volume 3, Salacious Solicitor. So, a case of a company of lawyers, solicitors. Okay, let's go through the suspect that we got names of already. So there was Sloane, Sir, Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright. And Swarthmore, Cartwright. A Mr. Diggs, and Tuttle was the one who apparently got murdered. Dun, dun, dun. Coming Sunday, well, maybe not new Frogware Sherlock Holmes games from me. Maybe from them, though. But I do have planned that I will play more of Frogware's Sherlock Holmes games. There's a lot that I have never played. So we will have plenty of opportunities. Hey there, Chris. Nothing on file. Harold Diggs is a brilliant young solicitor who has been at the firm of Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright since 1879. He had been assisting my widowed neighbour, Mrs. Lacey, with her husband's outstanding business contracts. Whitney Cartwright is a principal in the prestigious London law firm of Cartwright. Cartwright's expertise is in contract law. He is married to the former Fay Burns. Her name is not Charles, and what we can Cartwright is Charles, and we're going to be talking to her once. Swarthmore. Principally the prestigious firm law firm, Swarthmore heads up the trust division. And the company itself, most prestigious. Founded some in the mid-50s by Sir Sidney Sloane, a barrister with a keen mind and great social grace. Some 20 years later, he brought in two young barristers who were highly thought of in London's legal circles, Swarthmore and Cartwright. Swarthmore was put in charge of contracts, and Swarthmore runs the trust division. I'm sure that they mean Swarthmore was put in the charge of the contracts, and Cartwright runs the trust division. I feel like there's a typo, unless Swarthmore really is in charge of both. And what about Sloane himself? Alright, nothing really new about it. Well, let's go visit the chaps.
It is terrible, simply terrible. He was such a fine young man. Consider me completely at your disposal, sir.
Thank you, Sir Sidney. I am interested in Mr. Tuttle's promotions within the firm.
Well, Swarthmore and Cartwright were responsible for those. You see, some 3 years ago, I partially retired from the firm.
Do you know if Mr. Tuttle was qualified for the job?
Oh, I trust Whitney and Henry's judgment implicitly.
Do you know much about the contracts Mr. Tuttle was working on?
Only the Heathcliff account. August Heathcliff, a prominent textile manufacturer. He asked me to conduct negotiations on an international merger. When the preliminary work was completed, I turned things over to Mr. Cartwright, and Tuttle assisted him.
I understand Mr. Cartwright left the firm's offices quite suddenly on Tuesday.
Yes, evidently for personal reasons. Well, I was aware that the Heathcliff contracts were due to leave by the Morning Post, so I did talk to Tuttle about them. And he told me that he'd have no problem meeting the deadline because Miss Walker had agreed to stay late and assist him. Swarthmore appeared shortly after that and volunteered to work with them as well. Everything seemed to be in hand.
Tell me about your meeting with Mr. Diggs on the day of his resignation.
Harold Diggs was a fine, experienced solicitor of very high caliber, and he was quite insulted that the promotion went to Tuttle.
Do you find the choice odd?
Well, as I've explained, it was not my decision.
Did Mr. Diggs threaten you or Mr. Tuttle in any way?
Oh, no, heavens, no. Diggs was angry, but the thought of him threatening anybody is thoroughly ludicrous.
Well, maybe not ludicrous. And also not impossible. All right, I saw it already in the bathroom. I just forgot to plug it in. I mean, of course I did. I had to stream to start. Thank you. Okay. Splish splash, I was taking the bath. So Lestrade told us to look at the times. Which one, though? I never know about the date. Much more sophisticated.
Well, Holmes, here are the
There he
contents
is.
of Tuttle's desk, just like I promised. A folder containing information on textile contracts, very tedious. 2 trust files with lists of properties, stocks, and bonds. One for the British Museum and one for a Richard Mainhart. And a list of various properties that they owned at one time or another. Disraeli O'Brien's name's on top.
What's this? A key from Bell's Baths.
And 1 gold locket, which says, to VM with love, MT.
How sweet. Is there a label on the box?
Yes, J.W. Benson Limited.
Curious. Here's a bill for a room from the Knights Arms Hotel. From the amount of it, it appears to be a monthly rate.
They owned at one time or another. Disraeli O'Brien's name's on top.
What's this?
ATK.
A key from Bell's Baths.
And 1 gold locket, which says, to VM with love, MT.
How sweet. Is there a label on the box?
Yes, J.W. Benson Limited.
Curious. Here's a bill for a room from the Knights Arms Hotel. From the amount of it, it appears to be a monthly rate.
All right. Bill's Baths. Disraeli O'Brien. Well, he's one of our regulars, actually. Somebody called Mainhart. Let's see. Maybe it's a shipyard thing or something like that. Let's see. Hotels. Knight Arms. Oh, there it is. J.W. Benson Limited. Sure, haven't realized that it's under B. All right. And there, O'Brien Disraeli.
I haven't seen Mr. Tuttle in 2 months. For quite some time, he would come in here almost every day on what I took to be his lunch hour.
In search of what?
Property transaction files. The list of the names of the owners of a given property lot and the dates on which that lot were transferred to another owner, along with the sale prices.
Why do you suppose he was in search of what?
Property transaction files. The list of the names of the owners of a given property lot and the dates on which that lot were transferred to another owner, along with the sale prices.
Why do you suppose he was interested in that?
He never said. I never asked.
Fascinating.
I spoke with Ellis Holmes. He says he's drawing a blank on this one.
Pity.
Evidently poor Quinn is home today. He's come down with the hives. Here it is, Murray's Compendium of My Favorite Poisons.
Bewitching title, read on.
It says, Chinaberry, Melia azadera, is a tree of warm, temperate regions producing panicles of fragrant purple flowers, followed by pale yellow berry-like drupes about half an inch across. Sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Not half as lovely as solving this case, Watson.
Of course. The fleshy pulp of the fruit contains a paralyzing nerve poison. When distilled into its crystalline pure state and ingested, only 0.05 grams is enough to prove fatal to the most hearty of men. Heart action stops immediately and permanently. No known antidote exists. The presence of the poison can be detected by its faint smell reminiscent of lilac.
Old H.R. certainly knows his poisons.
Yeah, it's about 10 Celsius right here, right now.
Can't say if the pen is mightier than the sword, but it most definitely is mightier than the scalpel. What can I do for you, Dr. Watson?
I would like to know what you and your scalpel discovered during the autopsy of Melvin Tuttle.
Well, let's see. Died of heart and respiratory failure, no disease present. I tested for many common poisons and could find no foreign substances. Of course, I know you realize many poisons are virtually undetectable unless you know what you're looking for.
Of course.
Say, Watson, I was going to run off and catch the cricket match. Care to join me?
Tempting, Sir Jasper, very tempting. Professor Murray?
Whitson! Holmes! What are you two young sleuths working on today?
The Melvin Tuttle case, and it's Holmes and Watson, sir.
That's what I said, didn't I? And now, the Yard delivered a whole pile of evidence for this one. Toffee, tea, tobacco, pipe. It sounds like my breakfast this morning. Although right now I'd prefer some fish and chips.
What did you discover, H.R.?
Toffee, C12H22, oil 93%.
Layman's terms, did you discover any poison?
The toffee and the tobacco were merely toffee and tobacco. Now, the tea contained the slightest trace, but more significantly, there was a higher concentration on the lip of the cup.
What about the pipe?
The tip of the stem.
What sort of poison is it, Professor?
Chinaberry, a paralyzing nerve poison. Just traces can stop the heart permanently. It smells faintly of lilac. But you might read up on it in my book at the London Library.
Where would one obtain such a poison, Professor?
One might strike up an acquaintance with a South Sea Aborigine.
Ah, it is not then readily available in London.
No.
Thank you, Professor, for your time.
How much time was it, gentlemen?
I could talk about the social doings of Messrs. Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright, but who would want to listen? They're a dull crowd all round.
Bobby Pipe.
Well, if you insist. Sir Sidney attends all the best social functions, even the stuffiest ones the Times refuses to cover. Henry Swarthmore is a confirmed bachelor who attends only those galas which are obligatory to the prestige of the firm. Whitney Cartwright is the forgotten man on the social scene. He habitually sends his wife, a very charming woman, in his stead. She is usually accompanied by one of the lesser members of the firm.
What about a Mr. Melvin Tuttle?
Most recently the steady escort of Mrs. Cartwright, which is highly unusual. You see, her previous escorts were rotated quite frequently. People were beginning to talk in whispers, of course.
Were Mrs. Cartwright and Mr. Tuttle having an affair?
Alas, I can only speculate. If they were, they broke it off some 3 months ago. Since that time, Mrs. C has returned to the quiet rotation of office personnel. Actually, Tuttle always struck me as a bit of a social climber, which gives their liaison even more sinister connotations.
Unusually strong upper-level disturbance will move into the area tonight through Saturday, bringing the possibility of very active weather to portions of the Aloha State. The latest guidance indicates an increasing potential for strong to severe thunderstorms, which could produce damaging winds and large hail, as well as the possibility for localized intense rainfall and flash flooding. Damn. Gotta be harsh weather. Yeah, Hawaii is not in the future realm. Hawaii is just teetering on the edge of it. It's the you could say it's the latest date you could get is Hawaii. Like Gabriel is 13 hours behind me. Yeah.
Hey, it's you! That's perfect.
Better play it safe,
Let's
Gabriel.
join our cursed forces together, and together we can rule the world!
Hey, varsti. Yeah, he was talking about the time zones. Yeah.
Melvin Tuttle, you say?
Yes, he was a young solicitor with Sloane, Swarthmore, and Cartwright.
Sorry to say, Holmes, but I'm afraid the only thing I can offer you on this one is a pint or three.
Shinwell, I will take you up on that the very moment we solve this case.
Hey, Denarian.
It appears Melvin Tuttle left no will.
Let us carry on, then.
Perhaps we have time to return home. Mrs. Hudson is serving currant buns for tea.
Sorry, Watson. Until we solve this case, there will be no tea.
Gin.
Well, well, well. Scotland Yard, busy as usual, I see.
Well, what we was doing was, we were...
Making sure the desks don't walk away.
And I can see they haven't, constables.
Don't miss a trick now, do you, Mr. Holmes? Besides, anything you would have found here of interest, the inspector already sent on its way.
Great police officers there.
Melvin Tuttle made a rapid rise in our firm simply because he was qualified to do the job. We shall all miss him.
Was it you who made the recommendation to promote him?
No, Mr. Cartwright did.
Well, why was Mr. Tuttle given a junior partnership over Mr. Diggs?
Diggs proved unsatisfactory. Tuttle showed initiative, spirit, and a good sense of judgment.
When did you last see Tuttle?
We worked together the evening before his death to complete some important contracts.
Did you provide your assistance at his request?
No. Sir Sidney asked me to lend a hand when Mr. Cartwright quite inexplicably left the office.
Can you shed any light on what caused him to leave so suddenly?
No, not in the least.
Yeah, it's an actual title, especially in the British police force. Yeah. Constables are like they're like the normal officers of the police force. It's like if you go to the police academy in the British land, you will become a constable. A peace officer with limited policing authority, typically in a small town. Yep. They're like in the smallest police stations working. Those are constables. Shortened PC, as in police constable.
Mrs. Cartwright? Mrs. Cartwright?
I'm sorry. I've had such a difficult time these past days. Tuesday I came home to discover this.
I received a note at the office. I know everything. I did not know I could have been so blind. If you love him, I will not stand in your way. Whitney, oh my.
And my husband was gone. I have not seen him since. He must have found out about Mr. Tuttle and me. It's ironic, but Mr. Tuttle broke off the affair 2.5 months ago when he told me he was in love with another woman. I tried to patch things up, but Melvin wouldn't hear of it. Do you think me dreadful to have done such a thing, Dr. Watson?
Why, no, I suppose.
My husband worked morning, noon, and night. I needed to be loved.
Yes, so, who do you suppose found it necessary to tell your husband about the affair?
I can't imagine, and why they would wait until after it was over to expose it leaves me baffled.
Have you any idea where I might find your husband?
I wish I did. I sent our butler to inquire at the Criterion Club, but I don't know for certain. If you do find him, Dr. Watson, promise me something.
Anything, Mrs. Cartwright, within reason.
Please, please tell him that I love him, and I swear I'll make it up to him. Melvin wouldn't hear of it. Do you think me It's ironic, but Mr. Tuttle broke off the affair 2.5 months ago when he told me he was in love with another woman. I tried to patch things up, but Melvin wouldn't hear of it. Do you think me dreadful to have done such a thing, Dr. Watson?
Why, no, I suppose.
My husband worked morning, noon, and night. I needed to be loved.
Yes, so, who do you suppose found it necessary to tell your husband about the affair?
I can't imagine, and why they would wait until after it was over to expose it leaves me baffled.
Have you any idea where I might find your husband?
I wish I did. I sent our butler to inquire at the Criterion Club, but I don't know for certain. If you do find him, Dr. Watson, promise me something.
Anything, Mrs. Cartwright, within reason.
Please, please tell him that I love him, and I swear I'll make it up to him.
So Tuttle had an affair with Cartwright's wife, but he broke it off 2 months prior to this date, and O'Brien had not seen Tuttle for 2 months when he came asking about property transactions. Tuttle was onto something, but I wonder what.
When Melvin Tuttle was promoted to junior partner and I was not, it was the final insult. He had only been there but 2 years. My work, I say quite immodestly, was superior. Clearly, my prospects with the firm were limited, so I resigned.
Did you dislike Mr. Tuttle for only professional reasons?
No, it was much more personal. I hold Miss Spring in high regard, and it pained me to see her so taken in by his glibness.
Perhaps you should have tried to woo her with your beautiful roses.
I tried that, sir, to no avail. And it pained me. No, it was much more personal. I hold Miss Spring in high regard, and it pained me to see her so taken in by his glibness.
Perhaps you should have tried to woo her with your beautiful roses.
Excuse me. Proprietress of Brill's Baths. Bell is masterful in the art of Swedish massage. I see. Brill's Baths. Not Bill's Baths. Maybe I should go to both. Hey, Terravan. Nice to see you. By Jove, it appears that while I was tending the garden, some ruffians replaced my house with a cheap green screen effect. Oh my! I must say that he was the most posh character so far. At least he was not a pompous ass.
What can I do for you, sir? I'm investigating the murder of Melvin Tuttle. I don't understand. Mr. Henry Swarthmore is a member of this club, is he not? Yes. I understand he was here yesterday. Did he meet with anyone? I never pry into my customers' private affairs. Was Tuttle a member? Yes. I'm afraid I have no more time for your questions. I'm a very busy man. Of Melvin Tuttle. I'm a very busy man. Good day.
Now, you should have come to old Jack Jensen in the first place. Swarthmore met Mr. Livingston here yesterday morning.
Cedric Livingston, the builder?
That's him. He owns the place. Used to be the first met Mr. Livingston here yesterday morning.
Cedric Livingston, the builder?
That's him. He owns the place. Used to be the first mate on the Glenda sailing the China trade. I was shipmates with him. Back in '58, the captain met with an unfortunate accident, or so the story said. Mr. Livingston brought the Glenda through, and the owners gave him a fat reward and a captain's cut to boot. That's when he quits the sailor's life. Anyways, yesterday morning, Mr. Rake clears out Mr. Tuttle's locker and brought the stuff to his office. Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Livingston was there waiting for a look-see.
So Swarthmore and Livingston are friends?
Thick as thieves.
What were they looking for?
Don't know. Didn't find it, though. Swarthmore was in a dither.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thanks is lovely. A few bobs better.
All right. Philbert Rake and Livingston. The thought is flickering, my dear Watson.
Mr. Swarthmore, Mr. Mainhart.
Swarthmore, you say?
Yes, Swarthmore.
Well, he delivers papers and I sign them. Terribly kind of him, for I rarely get out much, you see.
Yes, I can see.
Well, that was worthy of a chat.
Melvin Tuttle? He certainly was one with the ladies. Brought in a whole parade of lovelies. Not all at the same time, mind you. In fact, Mr. Tuttle used this place so often, he kept a chamber here.
My word. When did you last see him?
Been 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know why, but he gave up his room.
Hey, Zelda. Is this game like fun? It is. I've played through Volume 1 and 2. This is the third one in the series. This is the first case of the third game. At least I've been enjoying them. Very hokey.
Mr. Tuttle was a very good customer. He bought dozens of gold-plated lockets, each time varying the inscription.
It's a small wonder how a man keeps that many women straight. What of the diamond locket he purchased?
He bought that last week. That one was solid gold, not plate. I believe he was finally getting serious about someone.
Oh, how lovely for him. And too late.
Bought that last week. That one was solid gold, not plate. I believe he was finally getting serious about someone.
Oh, how lovely for him. And too late.
Good luck with that. Tex Murphy games are tough, but they're a lot of fun. You should go for these games as well on Saturday Adventure streams. These are very fascinating, just to be at the ready of keeping notebook with you. You won't solve these cases unless you really listen to what they say. You can't get it to work? Go to PC Gaming Wiki. That place helps out how to get Overseer to work. I got it to work, it sounded everything, and even got to... I was able to capture it. Capturing only works if you capture your monitor. That's how it worked for me. But the PC Gaming Wiki does have all the information that you need on what to do.
They had absolutely no...
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
Are you acquainted with Mr. Melvin Tuttle?
Tuttle. No. Oh, isn't he Swarthmore's associate? Yes, I suppose I may have met him once.
I assume you are a friend of Mr. Swarthmore's?
Hardly. I've done a bit of business with the firm. We've had several formal meetings and 2 or 3 business lunches. That's about the extent of it.
Learned a new word today? What word have you learned? Daring Daylight Robbie. Not robbery, Robbie.
What the fuck?
When I was looking through my case of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Jack the Ripper and Other Cases board game, one of the cases is called The Royal Huggamugger at the Savage Club. Huggamugger means confusion. Huggamugger. Oh no, somebody lost their collie dog. Black with tan eyebrows and paws and white ruff. Wound on right cheek. It's so nice that Lestrade told me to look at the newspaper. Would be nice if the game would tell me what date today is. Like, what would be the most appropriate date to look? And there's something about Livingston. Council hears dedication plans. Last night's London County Council meeting was highlighted by a presentation delivered by Cedric Livingston. In discussing plans for next month's dedication ceremonies at the opening of the dockside development, which Livingston called the culmination of a 10-year dream, the sailor-turned-builder recounted several deaths of his rag-to-riches life story. During an 1858 voyage over the Glen, the Livingston, the first mate, had brought the ship and its cargo of silk and tea back to England after losing the captain and many crew members. When the ship owners presented him with the captain's share, Livingston turned his efforts to projects ashore. In the past 30 years, he has helped build some of the most modern and successful commercial developments in London and its environs. Mr. Livingston also announced that Mr. Albert Gilbert's last sculptural effort will be unveiled at the ceremony May 13th. Livingston did some business with Swarthmore, and Tuttle started investigating property transactions. And he is a builder of developing London. Methinks that Tuttle may have followed Swarthmore and found out something about this deal. There's more than meets the eye. Mr. Whitney Cartwright. We're glad to state that Mr. Whitney Cartwright's health has steadily improved during the past week. He will probably be able to leave London with his wife Faye at the end of the month for a few weeks' rest. Yeah, that ain't happening. Not at all. He did leave, but not at the end of the month. Errol, welcome home. Violet. Cool. Live ostriches. The hell is a savage club? It is. A club of new kinds of activities. Where did you read a savage club? Oh, the Hugger Mugger at the Savage Club. I think it's the name of the club. I think that's one of the gentlemen's clubs where people go to in order to drink, smoke pipes, and play darts, and probably go hunting. Savage Club sounds like a, a hunting club. Maybe somebody went for the most dangerous game after all. Man. Okay.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, been there, done that. Hey, Spiky.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged.
Livingston is a former sailor and prominent builder who has been responsible for much renovation on the west side. I understand he gives generously to the Seamen's Fund. There has been some speculation about the origins of his great wealth, and as always, I suspect a tie to Moriarty. He said it! He mentioned it! Moriarty! What, Moriarty is not here? A group of the saltiest men in London, an excellent source for gossip from a bygone era.
This seemed to be a dead end. My word, someone was looking for something.
And it appears that perhaps they didn't find it.
Look, Holmes, correspondence from Mrs. Cartwright, dated 22 June. Darling, I cannot believe that it is over. Please, please come to see me. I love you beyond all caring, Fay. Heavens to mercy.
What are those other letters, Watson?
They all have the same return address, 25 Chichester Street, SW, from someone with the initial VM. They seem to be dated back as far as mid-December.
Read one, Watson, will you?
Certainly. This one's dated 10 March. Your high spirits Sunday give me great hope. I believe in you and know that you will one day overcome Father's objections. But if it should take longer than you would desire, know that I will wait for you. I will wait for you forever. Ginny. Good heavens, Holmes. I do believe young Tuttle was just a stud horse in disguise.
Yeah, the women all over the place. He was a real man.
Tuttle, that popinjay!
Papa, please!
Virginia, that will be quite enough. Tuttle had the unmitigated gall to ask for my daughter's hand in marriage, and I forbade her to see him. She has had utterly no contact with him since. That I can assure you.
That's not true!
You defied my orders? How dare you? Young lady, I've a good mind that...
Mr. Monroe, please. Let your daughter speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Mel and I met almost every Sunday in St. James Park and corresponded frequently. As soon as he had attained the position my father required, we were to be married. He was made a junior partner only last week.
I think this might be important to you, sir.
Thank you, Miss Monroe. Most intriguing.
Hey, 100 acre. What a great greeting, ain't it? Oh my, someone named Isilda has gone online on GOG. I think. I'm not too sure. George Hamilton? Really? Are we gonna get the actor to play himself? That actually would be hilarious. Alright, let's go in order.
There must be someone to worry about my business transactions. I haven't the mind for it, so I have Mr. Swarthmore take care of everything. Do you suppose he's not doing a good job of it?
Mr. Metcalf, that remains to be seen.
I just clicked the icon, I didn't mean to. It's one that informs you when your friends go online, as opposed to Steam, where it's just your friends started playing this. Yeah.
I'm afraid I have no business sense at all. Mr. Swarthmore takes care of everything for me. I feel blessed.
My good Dr. Watson, what brings you here today?
Murder, I'm afraid. Melvin Tuttle of the firm Sloan, Swarthmore and Cartwright. And we understand they handle much of the museum's property holdings.
Yes, we've given Henry Swarthmore complete control of our investment trust, which has grown under his stewardship. We are so very blessed because he's a most capable man.
Capable of business transactions and murder. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, everything's pointing at Swarthmore at this point.
Swarthmore handles all of my property transactions. He lays the paper in front of me and I sign them. That's the extent of the labor I require of myself nowadays.
It does sound like great work if one can get it.
Sure thing, Santa Claus.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
This is probably the most helpful review I've seen on Steam. It's really, really good and really, really unfinished. Sounds about right. On any game. I think one of the best ones I've seen of a game is just non-capitalized fun. It's like, thanks, great review, it's fun, just one word.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to...
I wonder what I'm missing.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct
Chapter Jewelry store said that Mr. Tuttle bought cheap lockets for his ladies, but last week he bought one that was solid gold with diamonds. Yeah, that's the one that we found. One of the evidence. A gold locket with diamonds that had the inscription of to VM from MT, which is to Virginia Monroe from Melvin Tuttle. And that doesn't get us any closer to anything because now I am clueless. I think I might need help from my good old UHS friend. There it is, on the 25th of June, Melvin Tuttle, age 28. MT, very glad to hear from you. Right soon, same address, VM. And again, Melvin Tuttle, Virginia Monroe. I tried to press enter on that greetings ages ago, but it didn't take apparently. It helps if you make your fingers really rigid when you press enter. If fingers don't work, use your head. The perils of washing dishes. Yeah, gotta be careful. Otherwise you'll be washing the laptop, and that's no good. Several textile manufacturing companies have posted gains in the past few days, but the leader has been the firm of Heathcliff and Son Limited. The active buying is apparently the result of rumors concerning an imminent merger between the Manchester-based firm and one of the German textile companies. August Heathcliff, president and majority stockholder, could not be reached for comment on the rumors. Erman and Engels, another Manchester-based firm, has also shown impressive gains. It was mentioned that Tuttle was also taking care of... somebody was taking care of textile contracts. So there might be something with that as well. I think it was Tuttle working on those. Maybe he made a connection between the textiles and the Livingston's property business. London Constabulary is now on the way. Junior partner dies on job. Melvin Tuttle, 28, a junior partner at Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright, died of heart failure at his desk yesterday morning at 10 o'clock. He had been recently appointed to his post as junior solicitor. Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard said that he had questioned two secretaries at the firm, Miss Margaret Porter and Miss Alice Spring, because the attending physician, Dr. Gerald Mason, suspected poison. Mrs. Porter, the senior member of the staff, reported that although Mr. Tuttle had worked late on important contracts the prior evening, he appeared to be in excellent health upon his arrival and set to work completing the contracts. After serving him tea, she closed his door at his request. When she returned 15 minutes later to collect the letters he had prepared for post, he seemed tired and unsteady. She returned to her desk and moments later heard Tuttle crash to the floor. Miss Spring, who was also questioned, was too distraught to comment. A third secretary, Miss Brenda Walker, apparently had taken a day off. The Kuipers for sale. So Heathcliff we had already gone to talk with.
Mr. Heathcliff, I understand that Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright has been preparing contracts for your textile business.
What's going on here? Those contracts were to be kept highly confidential.
And they shall continue to be, sir. I'm only interested in how the firm handled the negotiating and execution.
Well, suppose there's no harm in that. Some 8 months ago, Sir Sidney Sloane undertook the negotiations. Mr. Cartwright drew up the contracts. This whole thing surrounds a top-secret textile merger, which is more than I should mention.
My lips are buttoned.
I would appreciate that, Dr. Watson. I dealt exclusively with Mr. Cartwright throughout the contract stage. Mr. Swarthmore stepped in at the final hour, which I did find a bit surprising. His alterations, however, had no material effect on the final documents. That contract, as I said, is highly confidential. I would appreciate it if you did not read it.
I have no intention of reading it, sir. But I would like to keep the envelope, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Mr. Holmes adores scented stationery.
Methinks that he may have smelled a little bit of lilac.
All this way and not a clue to help us solve.
I suppose everyone would say that Melvin Tuttle was immensely charming. Perfect manners, perfect dresser, perfectly eager to please. Why, every young woman he met was absolutely swept away by him. He was just perfect.
And what would you say, Mrs. Porter?
I would say he was perfectly nauseating. The man was more calculating than a mathematics table.
Why do you suppose Mr. Tuttle was raised to the executive level?
That baffles me more than life itself. But I do know that Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Cartwright would have jointly made that decision. If anyone had asked my opinion, which of course they never do, I would have recommended promoting Mr. Diggs. He was an excellent solicitor who produced outstanding work for over 11 years.
Am I to assume that Mr. Tuttle's work wasn't up to snuff?
No, he was industrious, but thoroughly unexceptional.
How did Diggs and Mr. Tuttle get along?
Well, their relationship was quite strained. But who can blame poor Mr. Diggs being passed over for that promotion and then... no, I shouldn't gossip.
Scuttlebutt is perfectly acceptable under the circumstances, Mrs. Porter.
Well, Mr. Diggs was in love with Miss Spring, who was in love with Melvin Tuttle, who was in love with every woman, even, I believe, Mrs. Cartwright.
Mrs. Whitney Cartwright?
Yes. He used to escort her to various society functions at the request of Mr. Cartwright. In fact, just yesterday I posted a letter to her from Mr. Tuttle.
Did you post anything else of interest?
No. Just contracts. 5 to textile firms in Germany, 1 to August Heathcliff, 4 to textile firms in Manchester. It was a most hectic day, not even counting Mr. Tuttle's dropping over.
Yet again, the textiles have been mentioned. Sniff.
I arrived at the building a little before 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Mrs. Porter and I rode the lift together to the 4th floor. Mr. Tutt.
There, Miss Spring. I know how difficult this must be.
Melvin was in his office. While Mrs. Porter made tea, I went in to see him.
It sounds as if your relationship with Mr. Tuttle was more than professional.
We'd been seeing each other for 8 months, but he ended it last week. I was going to return this little gold locket that he gave me, but he wouldn't hear of it. Now it's all I have left.
Did he tell you why he ended it?
He'd fallen in love with another woman.
What did you do after you saw him?
Wept a bit. Then returned to my desk where I remained there until...
Oh, buck up, Miss Spring. Sometimes a relationship is what happens when 2 people are waiting for something better to come along. You'll have your day. I just know you will.
There's more fish in the sea, or well, whatever. At least now we know that he really did fall head over heels with Virginia Monroe, because for her, he actually did get a fully golden locket with the diamonds. For everybody else, it was just a gold-plated trinket. But all of this affair stuff and such, it's pretty much the red herring of this case. The real deal is with the textile business. And Tuttle dug his nose too deep into it, and somebody... Well, that's the reason why he got killed. He dug too deep.
Oh, poor Mr. Tuttle.
Did you know I was one of the last living souls to spend time with him? Well, Mr. Tuttle, Mr. Swarthmore and I were working late on contracts, you see. Well, that's why I took the day off. Oh, when I found out about the news, I was shocked.
What contracts were you working on, Miss Walker?
Oh, I wouldn't know, would I? I mean, all I do is type. Never read a word of it. No, Mr. Tuttle, or should I say poor Mr. Tuttle, asked me to stay late to help with some last-minute revising. Well, Mr. Swarthmore chipped in and we got the job done.
Where were the contracts going?
Oh, I wouldn't know, would I? No, well, it seems a bit unusual, but Mr. Swarthmore typed the envelopes himself and handed them directly to Mr. Tuttle. The whole thing was very hush, 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 you see.
You were there alone with Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Tuttle?
Oh, yes. Imagine me alone with those two handsome men. Of course, Mr. Swarthmore is a bit intimidating, but he is a bachelor.
Did anyone else enter while you were there?
No. And then we left at 11:15 on the dot. Well, I know because Mr. Tuttle made a joke about my returning home before midnight so I wouldn't turn into a pumpkin. He is, or should I say, was, a very charming man. Poor Mr. Tuttle.
I just imagine Sherlock going all over her face with the pipe. I mean, he does smoke a big pipe. Another win for AI. I tried using Perplexity to suggest games I should play. I wrote, I've just played Hollow Knight and liked the immersive atmosphere and art style. Can you recommend me another single-player game I should try? And Perplexity answered, Hollow Knight. Good suggestion. I guess you're gonna have to play Hollow Knight through again. Oh dearie me. All right.
Hear ye.
Now we have enough.
The Queen's Court stands in order. Good afternoon. I understand you've been investigating the murder of Melvin Tuttle. Truly a sordid affair. So tell me, who was the murderer? Please choose from either your notebook or the directory.
At this moment, the pointing finger is towards Cartwright or Swarthmore. Cartwright has fled the scene, though. Swarthmore has done a lot of the transaction deals, especially with the textile stuff and Livingston. Two things. Firstly, I didn't even know there was an AI that could do that. And secondly, I was about to ask where I could use it, but given the answer, I'll give it a miss. Perplexity is a help if you don't know what to search for. It takes your input and tries to help you search across different search engines. So Tuttle was finding all kinds of shady deals, most likely. I mean, that the thing that we got from the bank. Oh, not the bank, the British Museum. Transactions between Metcalfe, Hamilton, Featherstone, Heathcliff, and Bank of England, and the British Museum. And Livingston was also, his name showed up a lot there. So a lot of money was going around. There was definitely something going with the textile business and the property business. Maybe that's what the merge was all about. Maybe Tuttle found something about the merging of the textile business and they were trying to get, like, buildings from the harbor where Livingston was building. So maybe they were smugglers in a way then? Using the textile as a front? But who would be the killer? Who was poisoned? So where was it again where I went to that somebody had that envelope that Watson apparently realized that smelled like lilac? I mean, didn't they say that it was from Tuttle? So did Tuttle actually know about the poison already? So Tuttle found out there was something going on with Livingston and the others with this transaction business. So he tried to kill them. But they found out what he was up to, so they got to him first. Livingston knew Swarthmore. Swarthmore worked with Tuttle. Maybe they were trying to, because Diggs had worked in the firm for a long time and wasn't even junior yet. And when they chose the junior, they took Tuttle because he was more of the greenhorn. So they could use him as an scapegoat if something fell apart. But he got too smart. Still got a feeling that maybe Swarthmore is the one who... And one of the, I think it was Porter of the secretaries said that they found some envelopes hidden about the transactions and such. So that would have been Swarthmore. Ooh, a burrito. Nice. I've always thought that burrito is a good breakfast food. I just asked it to suggest some other comics similar to The Wizard of Id, which use a similar simplistic style, and it suggested Prince Valiant. Ah. Not really the same thing now, is it?
Yes, indeed.
Had to be
tell the court
Swarthmore.
how he murdered Mr. Tuttle.
Put poison on the contract envelopes that Tuttle sealed, laced the office tea leaves previous evening. He put poison on the lip of Tuttle's teacup. He slipped Tuttle a slow-acting poison the previous night. I mean, he could have laced. He could have put the poison on the lip of Tuttle's teacup, but there was also poison on the pipe that he smoked. So... And there was poison on the envelopes. So maybe that envelope actually was sent by Tuttle, but he licked it. And it was laced with the poison. And that's how it was transferred from his lips to the teacup and the pipe. So it will be A.
Absolutely correct. Now, why did Swarthmore murder Tuttle?
Swarthmore had been once engaged to Virginia Monroe, was jealous of Tuttle. He did it at the request of Mr. Cartwright, who had just discovered his wife's infidelities with Tuttle. Tuttle was blackmailing Swarthmore, who was misusing his power of attorney over certain trust funds in his care. Tuttle threatened to blackmail Swarthmore and Cartwright for stealing funds from their clients. I think the proper answer would be C. Because they were using their money with Livingston and such. It has to... Let's think. So if I think about them... He was sending letters to Heathcliff and others. Swarthmore took care of those transactions. I got the list. No, it was Virginia who gave me the list of the transactions, and it shows Swarthmore's name all over the place. So, yeah, he was blackmailing Swarthmore, who was misusing the power of attorney.
Excellent deduction. Now tell us who was Swarthmore's accomplice. And again, you may choose from your notebook or your directory.
Thank you. Well, that would be Livingston, most likely. Since his name pops up in the transactions a lot as well. At least I would imagine it being him. Because Livingston also... I did write down, yeah, he was in the China trade when he was a sailor, so probably still has a lot of, you know, connections there. And China Berry is the one that was the poison, so it only makes sense that it's Livingston. Even he said that he had made some business deals with Swarthmore. So I pretty much confessed right there.
You are correct. Now tell the court what role Mr. Livingston played in the murder of Melvin Tuttle.
He's the one who provided the poison. He was a partner in Swarthmore's scheme to bilk some clients. Provided the poison. He was a partner in Swarthmore's scheme to bilk his clients and provided the poison. That sounds much better. It's actually both. Wrote the note to Mr. Cartwright, informing him of his wife's infidelity so that Swarthmore could step in to finish the contracts and poison the envelopes. No, it's definitely C.
Fine job. Perhaps you should consider a teaching post at the Sherlock Holmes School of Deductive Reasoning. Thank you so much for solving the case.
Case solved.
This court is recessed. Until next time, of course.
On to the next case. Let's see my horrible points.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether.
Nah, shut up, Watson. The banker's final debt. First lawyers, now a banker. Are we gonna get a police officer at the Thames murders?
Seven-letter word rhymes with carob. Well, what brings you to our humble abode on this cold and windy morning, Inspector Gregson?
I'm certain it's not for Mrs. Hudson's tea and crumpets.
Likely not.
Gregson?
It's murder, gentlemen. A very troubling murder.
How unfortunate. Please, tell me everything.
The chief accountant for the Bank of England, Oswald Mason, was found murdered at his home at 10 o'clock last evening by his wife. He seems to have been a simple, hard-working man, and on the surface there seems to be no motive.
Well, what about the Yard? I can't believe Scotland Yard has exhausted all its resources. Why are they turning to me?
I am here at the request of the Exchequer.
It seems that Mr. Mason was doing some important work for the Treasury, and the Chancellor wants to make sure that this gentleman's death has nothing to do with the work he was involved in.
Have you any evidence that the murder is related to the Treasury matter?
No. I tried to convince the Chancellor that unless some new evidence turns up, it looks as if Mason's death was just another commonplace murder that the Yard can solve.
Holmes always says there's nothing so unnatural as the commonplace.
You learn well, Watson. Ah! Yeah. And as soon as I finish this vexatious crossword puzzle, I shall look into the matter.
Well, let's go to the only place that I pretty much got the information on. Bank of England.
I just can't imagine why anyone would want to do such a thing. Oswald Mason was so well liked by all of his fellow workers here at the bank.
How long was he employed here, Mr. Kimball?
More than 15 years. He'd always been one of our most trusted employees.
What do you know about his work with the Treasury?
Very little. One of our responsibilities is to oversee government audits. This was Oswald's area of responsibility. This work is highly confidential. I only know that he was working for the Chancellor of the Exchequer. You'll have to talk to the Governor, Lionel Foxcroft, if you have questions about this. I'm sorry, that's all I know.
May we examine his office?
I suppose that would be acceptable. I am planning to have his secretary, Mrs. Mabel Brown, sort through his papers, but under the circumstances, I gave her the day off.
Here's Mr. Mason's bank statement. It appears that on April 4th, he drew a personal check for £240.
Look, Holmes, passages for 2 to Greece from Aberdeen Navigation, purchased the 28th of March. Oh, and here's another receipt from Evanson and Company gift shop for 2 statues, dated the 31st.
Here's a bill from the Langham Hotel for £3.06.
What do you suppose we're to make of all of this, Holmes?
I'm not yet sure, Watson.
Have his secretary,
for 2 to April 4th, he drew a personal check for £240.
Look, Holmes, passages for 2 to Greece from Aberdeen Navigation, purchased the 28th of March. Oh, and here's another receipt from Evanson and Company gift shop for 2 statues, dated the 31st.
Here's a bill from the Langham Hotel for £3.06.
What do you suppose we're to make of all of this, Holmes?
I'm not yet sure, Watson.
On the 10th of April, Oswald Mason of 42 Tottenham Court Road, Bloomsbury, age 43. Yeah, Oswald Mason is the victim of this case. What else can we find here? New electric fog signaling apparatus. Apparatus. Evans and Gift Shop. That's the one.
Apparatus.
That's the one that Watson mentioned. Reported a break-in Wednesday night. The lock on the back door had been forced open. Nothing appears to have been taken. The safe in the office had not been tampered with. And he mentioned 2 statues from that shop. Apparatus. A murder was committed in Bloomsbury last night. Shortly after 10 p.m., Constable Lane, summoned by cries for help, entered the home of Mr. Oswald Mason, chief accountant of the Bank of England at 42 Tottenham Court Road, and found the body in the study where Mason had apparently been murdered by a blow to the head. Mr. Mason's body was discovered by his wife upon her return to their home around 10 p.m. The police report only that the intruder apparently entered by an upstairs window, and judging by the disarray of the study, a struggle occurred in which Mr. Mason met his death. As of this time, the crime has not been brought home to any person, but the best detectives of Scotland Yard are now involved in the investigation and search for the perpetrator of this bloody crime. Mr. Mason is survived by his wife, Rose. Alright. So now we know the method of the kill. Blow to the head. Alrighty then. Let's get to work. So first of all, what I need is Mason. Gotta visit his wife. Foxcroft. And Mabel Brown. To the Langham Hotel. Yet again, Langham. Then the shipyard's Aberdeen Navigation. Then the Evanson gift shop. Alright, that's so far what I've got. Let's go talk to all these people first.
What do you know of the Mason case, Ellis?
Oh, the accountant chap, right. And some of the fellows in the office here were gabbing about some work he was doing for the government.
Did they believe it was related to his death?
Not at all. Evidently, he wasn't working on anything worth killing him over. It was only some paperwork that any other accountant could do if Mason died.
They called themselves the Three Musketeers. Johnny Small, Leroy Eakin, and Nat Cook. We used to think of them as petty criminals. No one took them seriously until they called themselves the Three Musketeers. Johnny Small, Leroy Eakin, and Nat Cook. We used to think of them as petty criminals. No one took them seriously until a few major robberies 3 or 4 years ago. They were among the prime suspects, but there was insufficient evidence for a conviction or even an arrest. Then Cook was caught in a jewel heist, and the gang broke up.
What of the others?
I haven't seen either one of them since.
I think I saw Jonathan Small's name in the articles. Yeah. On the 30th of March, Jonathan Small, of injuries received in a hit-and-run carriage accident. He was dead on arrival at St. Thomas. So one of the three musketeers is dead, definitely. I'm wondering what the game will tell me about that. If I... Cook. And Cook. I don't know which Cook. So I totally listened. Eek. Actually, let's continue with our usual... our regulars.
Speaking of mysteries, what are you and Holmes working on?
The murder of Oswald Mason.
Don't know a thing about it. Let me know if I should look into it.
Will do, Quinn.
I still don't understand what possessed the Exchequer to bring you in on this investigation. We've got it all under control.
As always, I'm sure you do. So, Inspector, what happened as you see it?
Typical breaking and entering. Entry was made through an upstairs bedroom window, which was forced open. Then, thinking that the house was empty, the intruder made his way downstairs. He opened the study door and came face to face with Mr. Mason. A fight ensued, which resulted in Mason's death, and the murderer fled through the study window.
Was anything taken?
Nothing. The jewelry and heirlooms all accounted for.
What about the government papers Mason was working on that night?
We sent them to the Treasury. They're all accounted for as well.
Well, I'm curious to know your theory as to a motive for the crime, Inspector.
Motive? Well, we haven't quite got there yet, but I'll let you know just as soon as we discover it.
I think Lestrade should get that Darwin Award. I mean, Sherlock just went, what about the motive? And he goes, motive? It's like, no, yeah, criminals don't need a motive. I mean, if the criminal, after killing the guy, didn't steal anything of any kind, what the hell was the reason to kill the man? I mean, at that point, if you were just a petty thief, he would have just escaped. But definitely, that guy came to assassinate Mason. I wonder how many people in history have died while trying to rob a carriage or hijack a car from being run over by it. There's gotta be plenty of them.
Venus de Milo is probably the most admired of all surviving sculptural works of antiquity. Oh, I heartily agree.
Read on.
Of course. Experts generally agree it is a Greek marble from the 4th or 5th century BC. Found on the island of Milos in 1820, it was taken by the French ambassador to Constantinople and eventually presented to the Louvre by Louis XVIII. It remains there to this day. Oh, it would be a thrill to see it, wouldn't it, Holmes?
Perhaps.
Yes, I've always wanted to see an armless woman in a statue.
Well, look who's here. The only doctor in London who may know more about murder than I. Who is it this time, Watson?
Mr. Oswald Mason.
Did in this morning, right after my first cup of tea. His body arrived at the hospital at midnight, midnight, 11 April. He was in his early 40s and in very good health. Or should I say in very good health, but also very dead.
An unfortunate combination, to be sure.
I've always thought so. The fellow's death was caused by a blow to the side of his head by a heavy blunt object, and under his fingernails I discovered blood of a different type than his own. Looks like he put up a fight. Nothing very exciting or informative, I'm afraid.
Excuse me, Mr. Murray.
Ah, Whitson, what can I do for you?
It's Watson, sir.
I don't believe I've ever worked on a case by the name of Watson.
No, I mean the name... Never mind. Well, then what about the Mason murder?
Mason, I know. It looks like he was killed by David.
David? You mean you know the murderer?
No, not the murderer. The murder weapon. This is David. It's a copy of a very early Michelangelo. You can see the blood stains here. I believe this was one of 2 statues on the fireplace mantel. Apparently, the intruder grabbed this one and killed Mason in the struggle. It's a handsome piece, isn't it?
Not really, because it's black. If it's supposed to be a replica of the statue of David, it's the wrong color. Oh, then again, I guess you can make a replica out of any color.
Here's the file you requested. Once again, you've beaten Scotland Yard to the punch. I haven't seen them around here for weeks.
Jonathan Small, convicted of selling stolen goods in 1880, served 6-month prison term. Cited on public drunkenness and disturbing the peace in 1885, 1886, and twice in 1882. Suspect in Drummond Bank robbery, 1886, along with Leroy Eakin, not brought to trial. Suspect in a diamond robbery in 1887, along with Nat Cook. Not enough evidence to bring Small to trial. Cook was convicted of the crime and is awaiting release from Millbank Prison.
So we might be able to find Cook.
Oswald and Rose Mason were, how do I put it delicately, the most boring couple in London. Mrs. Mason was a thoroughly mediocre whist player, and Oswald rarely showed his face at social functions. In that regard, we should count ourselves fortunate. He was a dismal conversationalist and laughed at all the wrong jokes. I can't imagine the man inspiring anyone to murder.
Well, with that kind of personality, maybe somebody found him so boring that he needed to be dead.
Oh, Holmes, my man, how's the world treating you?
Just fine, Porky, just fine, but it hasn't treated a man named Oswald Mason at all well. He was murdered last night. Have you heard anything about it?
Not a whisper. Must not have involved any of the chaps what hang about here.
The clerk says if we're to find anything out about the Bacon and Company audit, we must speak to Sir Adrian Malmquist at the Treasury.
Well, let's not tarry, Watson.
Sir Adrian Malmquist. Now there's a Swedish name, if anything. Malmquist.
Standing guard, Constable Parks?
Yes, sir, Mr. Holmes. Waiting for the yard to make its final inspection, so I'm making certain everything stays just the way I found it last night.
Where was the body found?
Sprawled across the desk it was. You can see the blood stain on the top. The blighter put up quite a fight, I must say.
How was he killed?
Head was bashed in by a statue.
Is there any indication?
Was this guy given directions that act like you're in Monty Python? We need humor in this scene.
Indication how the murderer got in?
Looks like the upstairs window. It showed signs of forced entry.
And it appears that this is where he exited. There's a palm print and plaster residue.
Yes, and there are pieces of plaster shards in a pile on the floor. Was it you who found the body, Constable?
No, it was his wife. She came home from her sister's and that's when she found him. I was on my nightly rounds and heard her screaming. Then I came in and I saw this mess. I covered up the stiff and promptly had him sent over to Bart's. Then I gathered up the man's papers and took them to the yard.
What about the murder weapon?
Oh, yes. I had that sent over to Murray at the lab.
Where is Mrs. Mason now?
She was taken to her sister Dahlia's. Dahlia Farmer.
I also like it that how Watson just went, and yes, here is the thing that is very interesting. Let me point at and talk at it. So you will know that this is what I'm pointing at, the plaster from the statue. That was painful to watch. His acting, the constable's acting was so bad.
Bashed in by a statue.
Is there any indication how the murderer got in?
Looks like the upstairs window. It showed signs of forced entry.
And it appears that this is where he exited. There's a palm print and plaster residue.
Yes, and there are pieces of plaster shards in a pile on the floor. Was it you who found the body, Constable?
No, it was his wife. She came home from her sister's, and that's when...
I am acting, if you did not notice. Jesus Christ. I think we found the worst actor in all of these games so far, that constable. I mean, what were those movements and what was that? Hey, you wanna act in a little game here for a pint? Sure. Paid with beer.
We're terribly sorry about your loss, Mrs. Mason.
There, dear sister.
We know this may be difficult, but we need to hear about last night's events if we're to catch your husband's killer.
Yes, I know. Well, I was here last night for her weekly whist game. She comes every Thursday. Oswald stayed home and worked on some papers from the office. The man had been working very hard lately.
Was he expecting visitors while you were gone?
No, I don't think so. I returned home at 10 o'clock and went into the study and... You tell him, Dahlia. The place was in shambles. Furniture overturned, books strewn about, and in the middle of it all was my poor Oswald.
Ghastly. Who could possibly have wanted to hurt him?
I can't imagine. He was the dearest man in all the world. Why, only last week he bought me a Venus de Milo replica for our anniversary and promised me a special trip. I imagine it was Paris because we went there on a honeymoon where we saw the original Venus. When I saw that statue broken into pieces, I think that's quite enough for one day, Dr. Watson.
Of course.
Something was in that statue that the people who burglarized the place wanted, but it wasn't there anymore because it was sold to Masons, so they tracked it down. The motive was to get that statue and whatever was in it, but the Mason was in the way, so...
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
I understand you're looking into Oswald's death.
Yes, and I'd be interested to know who you think killed him.
I haven't the foggiest notion. He was a nice man, and I can't imagine anyone who would want to murder him.
I understand Mr. Mason was working on a special assignment at the Treasury.
Yes.
Do you suppose there's any connection to be found there?
Not likely. Very few people were even aware of Mason's involvement in the investigation.
Who were they?
To my knowledge, there were only two, Sir Adrian Momquist of the Treasury and myself.
What was Mason working on?
It's rather complicated. To understand what was involved, you must understand that the history of the bank financially is, for all intents and purposes, nothing more than the history of the bank rate. And that's what this whole investigation is concerned with. Since the Bank Act of 1844...
Pardon me, Mr. Foxcroft. I do believe that's all we need to know. You have, however, been most informative.
Yeah, before you start talking about all the boring stuff, I'm out of here. Thank you very much. Reminds you of the Tintin movie. Yeah.
How can I help you, gentlemen?
Instead of boats, we got the statue of Milo, Venus de Milo.
Yes. Mr. Kimball gave me the bad news this morning.
Can you think of any reason why anyone would want to murder Mr. Mason?
Oh, no. He was such a nice man. He was tremendously well liked by everyone at work. And he and Mrs. Mason have been so very kind to me ever since my husband died at sea 3 years ago. Why, they've almost been like a family to me. Last week for my birthday, they gave me a lovely little statue. Oh.
There, Mrs. Brown.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking about when I came home from work late last night. My little birthday statue had fallen onto the floor and was broken into bits. It was almost as if it was an omen.
Perhaps we should go, Holmes.
Good thinking, Watson.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. It's just that this is all so very difficult.
You told us quite enough, Mrs. Brown. We'll just show ourselves out.
Stiff upper lip.
Yep, they broke into her place too to get that statue. What the heck did they put in that statue? And also, who did it?
I'm investigating the murder of Mr. Oswald Mason.
Great mustache.
What a tragic
Mutton
ending to
chops.
such a noble life. You know, he often rented our conference rooms for his business meetings.
Oh, I see.
Well, tomorrow is going to be a bad movie night again. This time, hopefully, both movies. Although I'm still not really sure what the second movie is. I haven't really decided. Because we are different people, we have our different strokes, so if I find something that it's so bad that it's good, some people might not like it as much, so I have to choose carefully. Otherwise, there's going to be only 2 or 3 people watching. Yes, I gotta be careful not to choose poorly. If I can't think of any other bad movie, then we're just gonna watch one bad movie and a good movie.
Oswald Mason purchased 2 tickets on the Grecian Queen, departing April 21st, bound for Athens. Sounds like a lovely trip, doesn't it?
Without a doubt.
Perhaps someday I'll take it myself. Oswald Mason purchased 2 tickets on the Grecian Queen, departing April 21st, bound for Athens. Sounds like a lovely trip, doesn't it?
Without a doubt.
Perhaps someday I'll take it myself.
Hey, Tier. I just said Ben again. It's gonna be a bad movie night. At least I have one hilariously bad movie, which is also it's the kind of combination that it's bad, that it's good, but it's also awesome. You won't get names. It's always a surprise. I mean that one movie is it's bad, but it's good, but it's also awesome and it's lame. It's a mixture of all kinds of things. And the other movie, still gotta think of a good one. But they will be extremely riffable. Just like Enter the Ninja. At least I try to make them, choose them so we can riff them apart.
We're investigating the murder of Mr. Oswald Mason.
I can assure you, you'll not find any murderers here, sir.
Good heavens, if it were only that simple. No, you see, among Mr. Mason's papers was a receipt from this shop dated 31 March. Do you have a record of what he purchased?
Well, let me see. Ah, here you are. Well, the man did have a sense of the popular. He purchased 2 Venus de Milo statues. It appears we delivered them both for him.
Might you tell me where they were sent?
One to Rose Mason at his home address. The other to a Mabel Brown on Tottenham. Oh, do you suppose he was having a dalliance?
This time I'm not supposing anything. By the way, I do so adore the Venus de Milo. I might be interested in purchasing one of my own.
Sorry, haven't a one. Sold the last 3 to another gentleman on Wednesday.
Pity.
Perhaps I can get more from the manufacturer.
Who might that be?
J. Small and Company. Have you heard of them?
The name does sound familiar, but I'm not sure. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Billingsley. Good day.
Welcome, TARDIS mechanic. I thought the Doctor was the only mechanic. No, actually, I think TARDIS is its own mechanic. Just like the Doctor says, and the TARDIS just fixes itself. Somehow it is alive. And J. Small and Company? Really? Jonathan Small, the thief, made a company? And they manufactured these statues? Does the TARDIS ever work? There, you have it. I mean, it does work in its own way. That's how it works.
Be careful, Ducky. Don't be tracking dirt into me house.
Believe me, madam, I wouldn't dare. I'm here because I understand Mrs. Small is one of your tenants.
She is indeed, but she's over to a shop right now. Ever since her no-good husband's dead, she's taking care of the business. Not that that salt would help her in the first place. He was always coming home drunk, beating on her, after spending all his time down at the pub with those bums, while she took care of everything.
A smooth operator, smooth operator.
All this way and not a clue to help.
Smooth operator.
Well, he certainly...
It appears that they've just left. There are fresh footsteps retreating.
So Egan and Cook were of no help. But Small is definitely involved in all this.
All this way and not a clue to help us solve this case. How
Mrs. Small, we are interested in obtaining information about the Venus de Milo statues that your company manufactures.
I must say, that certainly has become quite a popular item lately.
We understand they're smashing.
That is precisely what a nice gentleman said when he came in on Wednesday.
Is that a hat, a helmet, or hair? You make the call.
He didn't mention his name, but he did say that he had a shop in Southampton.
Or maybe that's a meringue? Mushroom cap? Yeah, a meringue.
He purchased our last 5 and wanted to know where he could get more. I told him the rest had been sold to other shops. He wanted their names, and so I gave them to him.
And who might they be? I wouldn't mind picking up one myself. I've always admired the Venus de Milo.
Evanson and Company and the gift shop at the British Museum.
How long have you manufactured these particular statues?
My late husband made up 15 of them 3 years ago, but he refused to sell them.
Late? So sorry. When did he die?
A fortnight ago.
Oh, my.
Don't lose any sleep over it, gentlemen. My husband was not a very reputable man. The only person who probably truly missed him after his death was the barman at the Red Bull Inn.
The thought plickens.
Excuse me, I'm eager to see one of your Venus de Milo statues.
So sorry, sir. We sold out of them yesterday.
Do you have the names of the customers?
It was just one woman. She bought all 5. Said her name was Mrs. Smith. I am certain I've seen her on stage before, although not under that name. For the life of me, I can't remember what her real name is.
Johnny Small. I guess there's no harm in talking about him now. Oh, he was a wild one, he was. No surprise that he came to such a violent end. I've always wondered where he came up with the money for that ceramic shop of his. There were tales about the Drummond Bank robbery and other heists. But I tell you, I don't know much about that. I do know that Johnny wasn't always on the right side of the law. But he was a good bloke. He took care of his mates. The word on the street is that his wife did him in with poison.
Oh, I read from the news he got hit by a carriage. Right there. Hit and run carriage accident. Now that was Bank Drummond. Now we need to read the news. I do need to go back here. Sporting miscellaneous. Chase Ball and Co. Ceramics and miniature replicas of the world's great statuary. Finest quality. Spiritualism exhibition. Nursery Rhymes of England. I'd read that. All right.
I've rung the bell a half-dozen times and no one has come to the door. She wondered why I had disturbed her, Holmes. Maybe we had the wrong address.
It's gonna be the violet blue then. Yep.
She's not in, Governor.
I can see that, Mr. Kent. What a sight. What a pity to see so many lovely ladies turn to fragments and dust. The British Museum.
Well, she might be a bit untidy, but she is a woman of culture, she is.
Yes, I can see that. Do you know where I could find Miss Blue?
Left about 20 minutes ago with a young gent. In quite a hurry, I'd say. I was loading their luggage in the four-wheeler, and I heard the bloke tell the cabbie to head over to Waterloo Station.
Thanks, Alfie. Much obliged. Perhaps I'll hold on to these for evidence.
Methinks that they found in one of those 5 statues the thing that they were looking for.
Oh, top of the morning to you.
Good morning, Constable Parks. I'm looking for this woman.
Violet Blue. What a lady. I've seen her perform almost every Saturday night for a year. In fact, she just left on a train with a gentleman. You can't imagine what a thrill it was to see her.
Do you know where the train was headed?
I couldn't tell you, Mr. Holmes. You know, I had no idea you were as much of a fan as I.
Okay, so now I think we got a case here. I think we got everything that we can get. As far as you ask me.
7-letter.
It's the statues were the whole thing.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
Yeah, Drummond's was the place that was robbed as well. And these are personals. Entertainment. Colleges. Lions murdered from a previous case. And that one I already checked. Next page. No, not here.
7-letter.
Stop it.
Terribly sorry.
No, we don't have enough. I wonder what am I missing. Maybe I need to send the irregulars to different locations. Well, before we solve this case, I'm gonna need some food. Need energy. Also need a drink. My mouth is dry. So let us head off to Soy Munch, shall we? To look at kitty cats. Listen to good music. Talk with each other. You know, the socializing kind of thing. So Soy Munch is dinner time. Take a break from gaming. I eat food. Then we go back. Oh, and also we look at the silly cartoon cats. There's Gabriel, yet again in the train. There's a butthole.
Those are doors.
And there's a playful kitty. Just 4 kitty cats today. At least right now. Maybe we'll check them later. See what they're up to. Weirdest thing about these games for me is the fact they put so much effort into detail, like the newspaper's archives, and also talking to all the characters. You've got so much video. Then penalize the player for taking too many clicks to solve the case. It's stupid. The scoring system is just the worst. We don't need to solve. It's like the only way to win the game is to speed run it. That's what this whole thing is. Like, this game shouldn't have a scoring system of any kind, but it is based on the board games, so. It should be just a game of, hey, solve the cases. You're Sherlock Holmes, after all. But I love how much detail there is. That's what's making these games so alluring. They put so much effort on making all these videos, hiring so many actors, that if you just speedrun the game, you're gonna miss out on all of that good stuff. And it's so stupid that they made it like that. Just get rid of the whole scoring system, then it's just a regular point-and-click detective game. Which would make this game, which is the fun point of the whole game, being Sherlock Holmes. Using your own deduction skills to solve these cases. But hey, they made it based on a board game, so scoring is a thing, I guess. I think the point is to just explore the first time you play, then try to lower your score in later playthroughs if you're interested. Yeah, but my point is, I'm not interested. I don't care about the score. That's my point. Scoring system in point-and-click games is pointless. No pun intended. Should do a Lestrade mode where you have to watch all the content and still don't catch the killer. I mean, that would work. I mean, Lestrade even in this game is just a dumbass. The only penalty is a wafer thin, silly teasing message. Sierra might disagree. I'm just giving my own, just my own point of view, Gabriel. I mean, a lot of people probably were back in the day interested in trying to get as low score as possible. I'm just saying that my own interest is none in the whole scoring system. previous tune was from a wrestling game, one of the WWE games. The thing, TARDIS, is that the ticker up here tells you exactly what tune is playing currently. World Wildlife Fund is the reason why they changed their name from WWF to WWE, even though it had been WWF for, at that point, for 30 years. Took them long enough to turn it into, you know, World Wrestling Entertainment. A man chooses, a slave obeys. Nom 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 indeed. StarCraft. Is it StarCraft? No. I would have said Zerg, but apparently it's Protoss. I don't know why. Why would I say Zerg? Also, since apparently Lord John is not around, can't forget to play that. Oranges are a messy food to eat. That's why I'm pretty much eating it over this. I wonder what I'm missing in the evidence. Maybe I need to somehow find out who that man who Violet the Blue left with. Gotta be one of the other members of the Three Musketeers. See, Small is dead, but I think that wasn't an accidental carriage kill. Maybe one of the others was driving it. Now, we did find out that was it Cook who got released earlier? Maybe he is the culprit. We just don't know where he is. Unless he's the one who left with the blue. Just wonder how I'm gonna find this information. Apelsin. Ja omenoita. Täällä appelsiinisäikeitä jää joka paikkaan tuolla hampaiden väliin. Tuntuu kun suu olisi vaan täynnä jotain perkeleen riimussa. En dan zit ik in de 16. Hey, Lord John. Apple. Also had a few slices of orange. Hey, hamster. I am. Thanks for asking. Or thanks for hoping. Or something or other. There's a ticker up there. Reads right there. Right above me. Excuse me. Full of burps today. Dizzy. Something really stuck there. Got it. Still something stuck there between the teeth. Okay, back to the game. And some places to visit. I think I need to revisit somebody. A lawyer.
They called themselves the Three Musketeers. Johnny Small, Leroy Eakin, and Nat Cook. We used to think of them as petty criminals. No one took them seriously until a few major robberies 3 or 4 years ago. They were among the prime suspects, but there was insufficient evidence for a conviction or even an arrest. Then Cook was caught in a jewel heist, and the gang broke up.
What of the others?
I haven't seen either one of them since.
One of them was caught. He said Nat Cook, and it's neither of these. Where do I need to go then? Indiana Jones. I see what you did there. Lemon Aiden. Oh. These joke names. Pentonville Prison.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Oh wait, Treasury! Yeah, the Treasury was mentioned many times at the beginning. I even wrote it down. I didn't realize that was actually a place I could go.
Sir Adrian, we are investigating the murder of Oswald Mason. Capable fellow. Bloody inconvenient, this murder.
Sir Adrian, that's Malmquist.
Inconvenient. Mason was to have a report for me, dealing with some rather embarrassing irregularities.
Do you feel that his death might have anything to do with his work here at the Treasury?
Well, the investigation was dealing with some rather large sums of money. But a murder, it doesn't make any sense. It won't stop the investigation, only delay it. Besides, all of Mason's papers were accounted for.
What was the nature of Mr. Mason's investigation?
Well, as you know, the Exchequer is responsible for the financial well-being of the empire. We've relied on Bacon and Company to handle many of our investments. Do you know them?
They are one of the largest investment houses in London.
Yes. And 6 months ago, it came to our attention that they are in deep financial straits. They are not in possession of sufficient liquid assets to meet their current liabilities. They had invested in too many securities that were weighing down the London stock market. So, Her Majesty's government and Lionel Foxcroft, the governor of the Bank of England, guaranteed to cover the discredited securities. But when we audited their books, we discovered they had invested in far more securities than they were reporting. Over £1,300,000 worth.
Wow. So Mr. Mason was attempting to trace the additional securities?
Exactly.
Have you any idea who is doing the embezzling?
There's little doubt that Bacon and Company's directors, Michael Essex and Mitchell York, were hoping to profit while England slept.
Could somebody look up how much today would 1 million of 1890s pounds be? Be it in dollars, euros, pounds. I mean, in 1890, 1 million pounds. That's a ridiculous amount of money. Meanwhile, I'll do my best to find answers. Ye old Cheshire cheese. Is that a... Ye old Cheshire cheese? Is that a poke at Chester cheese? A Chuck E. Cheese? Could be. Who was it that I wanted to go talk to again? Oh, yeah. I needed to find another prison. Although I'm not sure if I can even talk to the guy. I mean, so far I've only seen one prison. And that had nothing to do. Millbank prison. Aha!
I'm sorry, but Nat Cook doesn't wish to see you. I hope you understand, but I can't force him.
That's quite all right. I wouldn't care to be responsible for causing the upset of a hardened criminal. Perhaps you can tell me a bit about him.
Nat Cook hasn't been a spot of trouble since he's been here. Keeps to himself, really.
Nice beard.
But it must make prison life a lot easier to take, knowing you've got 100,000 pounds worth of diamonds waiting for you on the outside.
However did he come upon such incredible wealth?
The DeVries diamond robbery.
Oh, yes, I recall. They were never recovered. Do you suppose he confided their whereabouts to anyone?
Well, like I said, he didn't talk much. The only confidant he ever had was his cellmate, who was released on Monday.
And who might that be?
A fellow by the name of Errol Hawke. And you should have seen the lady friend he left with. Got all the guards' knickers in a knot, she did. Acted like they'd never seen a woman before. But she was a looker. And I heard tell she could sing like an angel.
Sing? That's gotta be Violet Blue. So Errol Hawke. That was what I was looking for. I think I've just solved the case.
All this way and not a clue to help us solve this.
I need to read upon something related to the case. Label the meaning, arms trade, fatal fire, fatal explosion, cholera, new polar Indian mission. Stolen jewels. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. That one. There. DeVries diamonds never found. This month marks the first anniversary of the daring DeVries diamond theft. Scotland Yard is apparently no closer to discovering the whereabouts of the stolen gems now than they were a year ago. Nat Cook, who was convicted of the crime and is now serving a sentence in a Millbank prison, persists in his claims of innocence. The manager of the Breeze testified that 2 men committed the robbery. 2 men were tried, but only Cook wasn't convicted. Jonathan Small, his co-defendant, was acquitted. The reward for the recovery of the diamonds continues to be offered by the Breeze, but thus far, no one has stepped forward to claim the prize. I see, he was acquitted. I got the feeling he had the diamonds, but now he's dead, and so is Mason, because he hit them in his business, as in the statues. In plaster. Errol Hawke learned about all this from Cook.
Another visitor. Stay a while.
Stay forever. So Errol Hawke is our culprit. He did all the killings, he did all the muggings, and now he's done all the leavings with the Violet Blue. How did she get involved in all this? Who knows? Errol, welcome home, Violet. Now this message, I've seen this message so many times, now it makes sense. Violet Blue welcoming Errol home. But apparently, so they were together before Errol was put in prison, and in prison he learned about these diamonds. And he decided, hey, I'm gonna get out, and I'm gonna find those diamonds. Too bad he had to kill somebody for them. Maybe I can actually visit here.
I will never forget that dreadful day. Well, it only took 15 minutes and the diamonds were gone. We still haven't recovered from the loss.
Weren't you insured?
Oh, yes, of course, but no amount of money can replace the loss of these particular gems. I mean, each one possessed a soul of its own. They were a masterpiece of nature. When those 3 men took them, I am quite certain they didn't know that they were stealing a piece of my soul as well.
3? How terribly sad. You mentioned 3 men, Mrs. Nibbs. Who other than Cook was involved?
Ah, if I only knew. You see, they were wearing masks at the time, so I couldn't tell. But I don't miss a thing, Dr. Watson. I was able to identify Cook because he removed his mask as he exited the shop. Oh, there were other suspects. Friends of Cook, but no one was ever found. And as long as Cook remains mum, the others remain free.
Why did the newspaper only mention 2? And she says 3. I mean, evidently the 2 others were Eakin and Small. Still curious that all 3 were there.
It appears that they've just...
I think we got enough. Do we have enough? Let's find out. Gonna make a save first. And also thank you for the follow, TARDIS. Forgot to say that.
7 left.
Yep, we got enough. And that was the only thing I missed. That's the only thing I needed. Errol Hawke's name.
A pleasure to see you. I understand you are here to solve the Oswald Mason murder case.
Yep.
Most vexing indeed.
Yep.
So tell me, who was the murderer?
Yep.
Please choose from either your notebook or the directory.
Nope. I mean, yep. Hawke Errol.
Positively correct. Now tell the court, why did he do it?
He did it in self-defense. Hawke had discovered that Mason had been having a dalliance with Violet Blue while he had been serving his prison time. He had surprised Mason while attempting to steal the Venus, retribution on behalf of Nat Cook. No, it was C.
How right you are. Now, what of Mason's work with the Treasury? What bearing did that have on this case?
Mason's audit had uncovered that Bacon and Company's participation in the theft of the Reese diamonds. Mason's company had to be in the insurer of the stolen diamonds. Michael Essex and Michael York had attempted to hire Errol Hawke to kill Mason, none whatsoever. I think none whatsoever.
Quite so. Now tell us, what role did Violet Blue have in this crime?
She stole the Venus from Mabel Brown. She fled London with Hawke and the stolen property. She double-crossed Hawke and fled along with the diamonds. She was an accomplice in the original theft of the De Vries diamonds. She fled London.
Flawless deduction. Now tell us how Errol Hawke knew that Mrs. Rose Mason and Mrs. Mabel Brown were in possession of the Venus statues.
Well, he got the information the way we did. Broke into Everson Company gift shop and obtained the names from the register. Proprietor Everson and Company gift shop gave him the information. It was a lucky guess. He got the information from Maggie Small. Well, he broke into the place. I mean, that's the only thing why he went there. They didn't lose any statues or the register wasn't even emptied. He just needed the names.
Very commendable detective work.
Thank you.
You have done an exemplary job.
Thank you, you condescending
the court
prick.
is recessed. Until next time. Of course.
That was it. I solved the case. Yay.
My word, dear Holmes.
All right. One more case to go. The Thames murders. He is extremely condescending. Like, he's even worse than the word wizard, isn't he? Right? I mean, word wizard is a condescending prick, but this guy's like, good job. It's like, what the fuck do you think I am? 3 years old? A dog? A cat? Also, I had to close the freaking window because somebody's barbecuing outside. And all the smell is just coming in here. It's like I'm just breathing in freaking carbon dioxide. Not carbon, but still. Hot diggity dog. He's weird. Hey, oh, let's go. Hey, oh, let's go. I really don't like that song, especially when Ramones sing it, because some guy sings it like he's got freaking mashed potatoes in his mouth. Gregson?
Hits the spot. Why have you come, Inspector Gregson?
Surely they serve tea at Scotland Yard. Oh, so sorry. I'm here on behalf of Inspector Lestrade. You see, he needs a little help.
Lestrade? Asking for our help?
He's at his wit's end.
He didn't travel far to arrive there.
Pardon me, sir.
Never mind. What sort of assistance does he require?
He'd like you to solve the Thames murders. No, I've been following that one in the London Times. 4 bodies found floating in the river over the last week. A 5, Dr. Watson. Roland Jacquard was found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning.
The stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap.
From my understanding, his was a reputation as a mountebank and a ne'er-do-well.
From what I hear, he spent most of his days at the card tables of the Bagatelle Card Club. He was one of the finest whist...
Never mind. What sort of assistance does he require?
He'd like you to solve the Thames murders. No, I've been following that one in the London Times. 4 bodies found floating in the river over the last week. A 5, Dr. Watson. Roland Jacquard was found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning.
The stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap. Last week, a 5, Dr. Watson. Roland Jacquard was found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning.
The stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap.
From my understanding, his was a reputation as a mountebank and a ne'er-do-well.
From what I hear, he spent most of his days at the card tables of the Bagatelle Card Club. He was one of the finest whist players in London.
And his nights?
Spent in the drawing rooms and often bedrooms of some of the best families in London. You mean he was a womanizer?
Well, he wasn't a traveling chambermaid, Watson. What of the other murders, Inspector? Any progress there?
No, but Lestrade is still working on the case.
Oh, that fills me with confidence.
Yes, me too, Mr. Holmes. Well, I must be off. Thank you so much for your assistance.
Before you go, Gregson, do you have the other victims' names?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Here they are, Mr. Holmes, along with the dates of the murders. I'll slip them right inside your notebook.
I would appreciate it, Inspector. No doubt they will prove useful.
Always thinking, Mr. Holmes, always thinking.
I know that Holmes has a big ego, but a big face like that. I did read in the newspapers, always saw that title in the newspapers about the drownings. Another body was found floating near the Southwark Bridge. The deceased, a man in his middle 30s, has been identified by the seaman's papers found on his person as Leo Shepherd. Shepherd had apparently been shot. Shepherd? I'm sorry, Shepherd. Shepherd. This is the fourth victim found murdered in the vicinity. The inhabitants of Southwark are becoming increasingly anxious as to the discovery and apprehension of the perpetrator or perpetrators of these crimes. Although at least one of the victims was known to be of bad character and to associate with others of similar character, the first of the victims includes a barrister and a senior clerk from the firm of Lindsay & Co. See? The police are much attacked as a consequence of their not having any suspects at this time. Potato love, McGravy love, potato love, McGravy love, potato love, McGravy love, potato and tomato and potato and tomato, tomato and potato and tomato, potato love, McGravy love. Thanks. That sounds like a pretty lame superhero. Mashed potato mouth. To the rescue, bring the gravy. You want to hear a very lame superhero that me and my friends thought up? We have come up with the worst kind of superheroes you could ever think of. One of the worst ones that we came up with, Captain Salmon. He's a guy in a fish suit, and the way he comes in, I am Captain Salmon, I will rescue you. Then he just starts flopping on the ground like a fish in, dry land. Just don't ask. That's what we came up with, like the most useless superhero ever. What does he do? Absolutely fucking nothing. He just flops on the ground like a fish. Because he's Captain Salmon. The other one that we came up with was Slow-Mo Man. It's Mortimer Slow, the Slow-Mo Man. His superpower, he moves extremely slow, yet he always captures the crooks. Don't ask how. But he's like, when his powers activate, it's like, Slow-Mo powers activate. He's constantly in a Zack Snyder film. Like, he moves just getting there. Like, he runs in slow motion. Great superpower, ain't it? Moving super slow. And yes, his name is Mortimer Slow. Slow-Mo Man. Me and my friends are dumb. My dad used to play the Marvel Heroes tabletop game when he was a young adult, the one that uses percentile dice. His superhero was a lumberjack who could turn any inert material into wood by touching it. Then actually, it might be a good, superpower. When you think about very silly that you wouldn't think that it would be useful in any way, One Piece has everybody, when they eat a devil fruit, they become like a superhero with a certain, whatever the fruit was made of, gives them the power. And you wouldn't think that some of them just wouldn't work when you think about what kind of fruit they ate, but they make them work. So a lumberjack who can turn materials into wood by touching it, yeah, they would use that to their advantage in some way. One Piece is good in that way because they use a really weird power, but they turn it into a destructive force. So he turned stuff like concrete into wood and chopped through it with an axe, and he was very strong, so he'd even use the axe like a piston to climb up stuff, or python to climb up stuff and swing around. Huh. Yeah, one of the most crazy OP devil fruits is one that sounds really silly when you hear about it, the Hobby fruit. The ability to turn anyone you touch into toys. It has some crazy fucking effects involved, so yeah. I mean, even Luffy is just a rubber man. And he goes insane with his powers. Well, then again, that's anime for you. Telegram from Lloyd's agent at the Buenos area states that the names of the saved of the British bark in Glenmore, which was wrecked near Cape Horn, are Lawrence, West Morgan, Shepherd, Webster, and Bryce. Nothing is known as the fate of the remainder. I'm gonna write all these names down because I got a feeling, because I saw that Shepherd name, I got a feeling this might have something to do with the whole case. I just have a hunch. I mean, it's spelled exactly the same. Unfortunately, that game also had a damages system where the city would hold you accountable for any damage to buildings and stuff, so this dude was always having to pay for the damages. Right. It was crazy when the YouTuber went through all the things that fruit, Hobby no Mi, involves. It grants eternal youth. It forces the toys to become slaves to the user. The toy body makes you significantly weaker, and once turned into a toy, it erases your existence as a being before that you become a toy. So no one remembers you. It's pretty fucking crazy, to be honest. Oda once had some comments on it and was like, yeah, I'm gonna let Sugar, the usual user, chill for a bit. Yep. I mean, there are some really crazy... I mean, there is somebody who's similar that was in the Samurai arc that was just in the anime. Also, actually, a reminder, One Piece. Keep watching the episodes. I haven't watched One Piece in a couple of months. I'm way behind on episodes. But they just finished the Samurai arc. And in there was that one devil user who was a straw man. And he had the capability of using his straws to turn into voodoo dolls, and whoever hair he put into the voodoo doll, he would keep the voodoo dolls inside his body, and if somebody sliced him in any way, he wouldn't get hurt, but the person whose voodoo doll he had, they would take the hit. So if you tried to kill him, you would actually kill somebody else. Maybe some crazy devil fruits. The Wano arc, yeah. Yeah, Hawkins, yep. The straw fruit. It's great to see that there's somebody else who also enjoys One Piece like I do. And remembers much better than I do. Just don't talk about anything after Wano arc. Because, like I said, I haven't watched the episodes. I think the last episode that I watched was when they just left Wano. So, I don't know what's gonna happen next. One Piece is so great. It's one of those... it's pretty much the only anime that I watch. I have watched all of Bleach. I watched almost all of Naruto. Never got, cared about Bokuto, so I haven't watched that at all. Then I watched, of course, One Punch Man. Then there's Full Metal Alchemist. I want to enjoy One Piece, but my brain doesn't want to watch TV shows. I wonder why not. One Piece would be so easy to watch because the episodes are like from 15 to 20 minutes long. It's a very short episodes. But then again, it would be hard to follow because a lot of stuff happens in One Piece. It's a very, very actiony show. So you need to keep an eye out on things. Otherwise you're going to miss on details. But still, it's a very entertaining show. That's true, Swede. They really don't appreciate what they have, if you ask me. It's like there's a lot of people, a lot of the fruit eaters that really see it as a curse instead of as a blessing. To Luffy, it is a means of, defeating the enemy. Winning fights. Putting his all into it, using whatever he can. And he's smart, because he keeps coming up with new ways of powers. While others, they pretty much hold themselves back in so many ways. The waxworks fruit, for example, eaten by Galdino, Mr. 3, that fruit can be pretty damn insane, but he just don't really utilize it, true? Hey, Jesse. What I'm gonna be playing this Sunday? No idea. You'll have to find out on Sunday. Because even I don't know. Haven't decided if I'm gonna play, Commodore 64 or Amiga.
I've been thinking it over, Holmes, and I've decided that I don't need outside help. The case is progressing adequately, and you are dismissed.
Sorry, Inspector, but one should never begin to eat from a plate if one has no intention of finishing the meal. I have no choice but to continue.
You are as persistent as a gnat. I'll give you my report, but please take it and leave.
Welcome back, Goblin.
That's odd. I saw it here this morning.
You've misplaced the report, Inspector?
Sorry.
Lestrade, you're an idiot. Revel Nathan, Maud Cyril, Attard, Shepard Fay and Leo, Jacquard. Lindsay and Co. I got a feeling I have gone astray with the names here, because I don't see any of the other names at all. Yeah, maybe that news that I read just happened to have Shepard in it. It has nothing to do with this case. Well, let's go through the regulars.
Ellis is in France, but he left you a telegram, Holmes.
Let's have a look. Paris, June 4th, 1890. Arrived Paris, June 1st. Moran on the same train. Yesterday saw Moran and Moriarty with Giraud. Signed Ellis. Oh, I shudder to imagine those three scoundrels keeping company. Paris, June 4th, 1890. Arrived Paris, June 1st. Moran on the same train. Yesterday saw Moran and Moriarty with Giraud. Signed Ellis. Oh, I shudder to imagine those three scoundrels keeping company.
I believe Attard was in the pay of Moriarty.
So he sought not justice, but protection of the underworld from justice.
Indeed, I'm afraid you're right, Holmes. I believe Attard was in the pay of Moriarty.
So he sought not justice, but protection of the underworld from justice.
Indeed, I'm afraid you're right, Holmes.
That's the usual jurisdictional wig that they use in British courtrooms. I don't know, it's been a tradition for ages, and whoever is the lawyers and the judges wear those stupid wigs just to differentiate themselves from the regular audience. They look very silly. Yeah, but that's how they've been. That's how they were designed ages ago, and that's how they still keep up with tradition. It does look very stupid. Even I don't know why they have to be curls. It's like, I curled them up this morning. Ooh, do you say? Ooh, they're lovely. I sprayed mine with some lavender. Ooh. The same old problem with superpowers that always seems to happen, the user lacking creativity. That is true. Just looked up the wax fruit and had one of those ew moments. In high temperature environments, the user even sweats wax. The picture that went along with that description was disgusting. Oh, he didn't have.
I believe Attard.
Oh yeah, it does look like a freaking armadillo shell. Maybe he killed an armadillo, carved the corpse out, and used the shell as his wig. Like, I'm up for war in court. Poor armadillo.
The funny thing about these murders is no one in the underground is talking. Whenever I mention it, they clam up.
Sounds like something serious going on.
The Thames River is the longest and most important waterway in England. Roman writers referred to it as the Thamesis, and the name, meaning broad river, is probably Celtic in origin. The river has been deepened below London Bridge so that the largest ships can reach the docks of London. Oh, and listen to this, Holmes.
If I must.
It has been said that it is the most important river in the world because it runs liquid history.
At the moment, it is running with the blood of our victims. Let us carry on, shall we, Watson?
Meek's assistant said Sir Jasper headed home before anyone dropped off any more dead bodies.
Did he leave any information?
He said he gave it to your street ruffians.
So, we've made this trip unnecessarily. Pity. Well, Watson, pray let us continue.
Jolly good idea.
So it seems like that Wiggins over here is going to be the highlight of this case. Gonna have to send you all over the place. I think it actually belongs to one of Oda's special paramecia types, where the border lies between Logia and paramecia. Yep. I mean, it's one of those kind of devil fruits, the powers where pretty much it's your own bodily fluids turn into the power that you get. Like the wax one, you start sweating wax and you're spitting wax. Your blood is pretty much wax. I wouldn't need a paramecium. Paramecium is just one of the classes of devil fruit. There's Logia, there's paramecium, and then there's... I can't remember the third one. But Logia is like the animal kinds. Paramecium is... Zoan, that's it. Was Zoan? Let me try to remember, Swede. Zoan is the animal, right? Yeah, Zoans are the animals, which means that if you eat the devil fruit, you get animal powers. You can turn into the animal, or you just get features of the animal. And there are subtypes, ancient and mythical. Yeah, you could be there are even dinosaurs. Like in there's mythical, which means like they're dragons and wyverns and all kinds of that. The ancient is dinosaurs and such. And then regular Zoans are like Chopper is a reindeer. But Chopper is actually a reverse Zoan in the way that he was a reindeer, but then he ate the human fruit. And he became a furry. Bird fruit, mythical type, model phoenix. Yep. And that character is awesome. We're talking about One Piece, Pest. Hey, Pest. We're talking about One Piece and its devil fruits. A human fruit, mythical type, model Buddha. Yep. I mean, in that way, you could say that Chopper is a very unique devil fruit eater in that way. Because he's a reindeer that ate a human fruit. When in the world there actually are already anthropomorphic people. Yeah, I'm sure everybody gets the gist of it. Now, when it comes to the difference, paramecium is... I mean, there are other animals that have eaten devil fruits, of course, but there is a whole, like, a race of animals that are anthropomorphic. As you would call them, furries. But yeah, the other classes, Logia and paramecium, they also are different. In that paramecium is... What's the gum fruit that Luffy ate? That's a logia, right? It's a Zoan? How is it a Zoan? Hmm. I mean, it is one of the most powerful fruits that he happened to eat. And all he did it was because he got curious. Well, depends if you played the anime edition of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Then these kind of questions would be there.
Well, Watson, what did old HR have to say?
Nothing.
Nothing? I'm surprised.
He had nothing to say because he isn't in.
That is unfortunate.
I could find a criminal record on only one of the murder victims.
Who was it, O'Brien?
Cyril Maud. As you probably found out at the yard, he has a long record. The only thing that looks strange is that within 2 years he was arrested 3 times for violent crimes, and each case was dismissed for lack of evidence. He had the same co-defendant every time, one Curtis Twiggs.
That is true, Sweet.
Fascinating.
That is true, Sweet. Not a spoiler for me.
Co-defendant every time for violent crimes, and each case was dismissed for lack of evidence. He had the same co-defendant every time, one Curtis Twiggs.
Fascinating.
This is the 3rd volume, the last case. I already solved the 2 other cases. Sorry, we're in the final stretch, so to speak.
Sugar?
No, thank you.
Sweetie? Honey?
Jacquard was such a cad. Half the husbands in London gave a sigh of relief at his demise, and...
No, thank you.
Roland Jacquard was such a cad. Half the husbands in London gave a sigh of relief at his demise, and all the women cried. And you know his skill at the card tables was legendary.
Did he cheat?
Only if he had to. You see, he had the great skill of convincing you that you were the better player. And it was only the luck of the cards that was against you.
Who were his romantic interests, Pike?
Well, Roland's love life was on the wane. Most of his attention was going to Letitia Garcia, the actress. But I believe it was one of those classic cases where he was in love with someone he ultimately couldn't have. Of course, he was still seeing Linda Randolph.
The wife of the shipping tycoon.
Ooh, you do keep up on your gossip. I'm pleased. As I'd heard there'd been some very unpleasant episodes between Vincent and Roland. And he was still seeing Kathleen Lindsay, but I don't think there was anything between them but friendship.
Do you know Charles Attard?
That pettifogger. A friend of Roland's. I don't know what Roland saw in him. He was no more than a bug blighting the earth.
Pipe thing still cracks me up. Yeah, I just find it amusing doing that. And just like with the spyglass at the intro, I always put it over somebody's eye or mouth or even the whole head. Just funny. That's all it is.
Heard anything about the Thames murders?
Well, two of the victims was regulars here. Cyril Maud and Curtis Twiggs.
Twiggs?
Yeah, Twiggs. The one the police identified as Leo Shepherd. Twiggs and Maud were partners, part of the Moriarty gang. Word had it that they were Moran's strong-arm boys. Twiggs was the knife man, and Maud was a deadly aim with a pistol. Together, they made quite a mean pair.
Any word on why they were murdered?
No, nothing. Although, after the murder, word had it that Moran wanted to find Twiggs. No reason, but then Moran don't have to give one.
When did you last see them?
The night Maud was murdered. He and Twiggs were sitting here, drinking their dinners. Around 8 o'clock, Moran comes in, talks to them, and leaves. Maud checks over his pistol. They drained their pints and dashed off.
Bumbershoots. I can't believe that all that Clark had for me today was a list of all the murder victims' birthdays.
Ridiculous.
I mean, whatever is the point of celebrating the birthdays of dead men?
After all, dead men tell no tales.
The room is as neat as a pin. Exactly the way Mr. Ravel left it.
Do you know how he spent his time?
Well, he worked during the days and he spent most of his evenings at some club. He did drop down to my place occasionally for an hand of whist now and again. He loved that game. I still can't believe that he's gone. He did drop down to my place occasionally for an hand of whist now and again. He loved that game. I still can't believe that he's gone. I don't know what the world is coming to when a man that's as kind and unassuming as Mr. Ravel can't walk the streets without being murdered.
It is a sad state of affairs.
Oh, that's right. I must remember to get that window fixed.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, just talking to myself. I noticed that there was a window broken. It must have happened when Mr. Ravel was trying to close it. This creaky old house has the stickiest windows.
When was it broken?
I haven't the foggiest. I noticed it was broken when I was showing the room to the police the day after the murder. I'd forgotten all about it.
Well, Watson, what did you discover in Maud's room?
Nothing much of interest. A Spartan bed and an old sea chest with several articles inside.
Such as?
200 pounds cash, a box of Mauser 11mm shells, and a Webley revolver.
And you call that nothing much of interest?
Oh, did I say that? So sorry.
Hey, Reg.
I'm Jeanette Rooker, Charles' sister. I've come to collect this box. You see, about 2 years ago, Charles gave me instructions that upon his death I was to collect it and hold it until it was called for.
By whom, Mrs. Rooker?
I don't know. Charles said they would have a letter from him, and whoever showed it to me was to receive the box.
Do you know what's in it?
I did just look now. Nothing much of interest, really. Just files filled with a variety of financial records.
Did you notice if anything was marked on the files?
Yes, Lindsay and Company. They were filled with securities and bonds. I don't know what to make of it.
Nor do I. Do you mind if I take those papers to Sherlock Holmes for closer study?
No, I'm sorry. I did make a promise to my brother. And now I really must return home. Good day.
Seems like this Lindsay and Company is connected to this somehow. It's the second time it's been mentioned.
Mrs. Shepherd, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your son Leo's death.
How many times do I have to tell you people Leo's not dead? That big baboon-faced Inspector Lestrade scared me after death, he did. Coming here to tell me my son was dead, dragged me down to Bart's to look at this big ugly guy. Made my flesh creep, it did. But my son's at sea. Has been for 4 weeks. Had his wallet stolen before he left, and they found it on the stiff. I don't know why that police inspector refused to believe me, but in my opinion, he was as dense as the dead man.
I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mrs. Shepherd.
Well, I should hope so.
I mean, somebody did mention, I think it was the autopsy mortician doctor, that they found Maud and Twigs had Shepard's wallet. So they falsely identified Twigs as Shepard. So Twigs is actually one of the victims instead of Shepard.
I'm usually quite fastidious, but I left everything as I found it this morning. Oh, that poor man.
Did you see Mr. Jacquard last night?
No, lovey, I went home early after leaving dinner out for him and a guest, as he asked.
Interesting.
What is it, Holmes?
A Mauser T11 and a Lafourcheux pistol. Lafourcheux has been recently fired. 3 shots.
And the Mauser?
Not in the last day or so.
Mr. Jacquard was quite the gun.
Jacquard last night?
No, lovey, I went home early after leaving dinner out for him and a guest, as he asked.
Interesting.
What is it, Holmes?
A Mauser T11 and a Lafourcheux pistol. Lafourcheux has been recently fired. 3 shots.
And the Mauser?
Not in the last day or so.
Mr. Jacquard was quite the gun collector, I can assure you.
Well, Watson, here we have letters of credit totaling thousands of pounds.
My word. And I have merely found his wallet with £140 and a recent playbill from the Elephant and Castle Theatre.
Do you know who Mr. Jacquard was entertaining last night?
No, I don't, Ducky. But I did see something strange this morning. The Persian rug is missing from that corner of the room. I don't know why anyone would want to steal a rug.
Do you know anyone else who might be able to shed light on this?
You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. She's always in everybody's business.
Excuse me, what was the name? Ari.
Nosy Mrs. Ivory next door.
Ivory.
She's always in everybody's business.
Is Goblin or Lisa out there to help me out with this accent?
You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door.
Ardry.
Everybody's business.
Arbery. Ardry. Hardly. Like, what the heck is she saying? A phone call, of course. When I need you, Goblin. When I need you. Where are you when I need you the most? On a phone call. Always on a phone call.
Able to shed light on this?
You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. She's always in it. You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. She's always in everybody's.
Able to shed light on this?
You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. You might try nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. Nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. Nosy Mrs. Ivory next door. She's always in everybody's business.
It's gotta be something like the artery. Ardry. Mrs. Ivory. Let's go check. Let's start with A. Nope. Let's try Ivory. Yeah. Bettina Ivory.
I see and hear everything. Last night I stayed up.
How does Watson not know how to use a periscope? He just broke it. Dumbass.
I see and
See?
hear everything. Last night I stayed up late reading Mansfield Park by Jane Austen. I just couldn't put it down. When at about...
We were talking about One Piece, Bennigan, and its
See and
devil
hear
fruits.
everything.
No, it's Whitson, because he ain't got any. One Piece, the anime, devil fruits. It's how the devil fruit eaters get their powers. And 3 different classes, Logia, Paramecium, and Zoan. That's what we were talking about. Explaining to people the different classes of devil fruits.
Last night I stayed up late reading Mansfield Park by Jane Austen. I just couldn't put it down. When at about 12:30, a woman came running out of Mrs. Jacquard's house and got into a passing hansom. Then, about an hour later, a delivery wagon pulled up to Jacquard's house. A man went to the door, and a few minutes later, 2 men came out carrying a rug.
A rug?
Well, that's what it looked like to me. They put it in the wagon and then drove away.
Do you recall what they looked like, Mrs. Ivory?
No, it was too dark. But I do recall what it said on the delivery wagon.
Excellent work. What was it?
Landmark Limited. Would you like to stay for tea?
That's very kind, Mrs. Ivory. Ivory?
No, it was too dark. But I do recall what it said on the delivery wagon.
Excellent work. What was it?
Landmark Limited. Would you like to stay for tea?
That's very kind, Mrs. Ivory, but I must be going. I have a murder to solve.
Pity.
What's with the smug smile there? Dude, you're married. At least at this point, you should at least... Let's see, 1890. You should be wooing Mary at this point. I think he gets married in 92 or something to Mary. But he should, at this point, he should be seeing her already.
I suppose I must have been blind not to see it, Mr. Holmes. But it appears Mr. Ravel has embezzled over £6,000 of negotiable securities and letters of credit.
How did he manage to accomplish that, Mr. Patterson?
I don't know. Trust and secrecy are crucial in our firm. No one but my partner and I know our clients' portfolios. Ravel would have had to request each security by number from the right bank. So far, securities have been found missing from 3 banks.
Your partner is Mr. Lindsay?
No, he died 4 years ago. His wife, Kathleen, owns his shares, but does not actively participate in the business. My partner's name is Jeffrey Farber, but what does this have to do with anything? All I hope is that you may shed some light on this crime, Mr. Holmes.
We are looking for Curtis Twiggs.
He's not here. Gave up his room 4 days ago.
Do you know where he went?
No. He just left a bag with me. Said he'd be back for it. Didn't say when.
Can we see the bag?
For a few quid, perhaps. Now don't take nothing. That Twig, he's a bad man. He'd kill me, he would.
We won't take anything, we just want to look.
What have you discovered, Holmes?
One gold watch with the initial CA engraved on the back. Several pieces of jewelry, rings. 2 wallets with identification in the names of Charles Attard and Nathan. Gold watch with the initial CA engraved on the back. Several pieces of jewelry, rings. 2 wallets with identification in the names of Charles Attard and Nathan Ravel, and a 7-inch stiletto with a pearl handle.
Okay, you've looked enough, I think.
Yes, I believe you are right.
Twix was a regular pickpocket. Starting to love sour cream chips. There's a brand that makes lentil chips with sour cream flavor. They're so good. I don't like lentil myself, but the sour cream chips, they're great. One of my favorites. Sour cream and onion. There's also sour cream and cheddar, sour cream and chili. And there's one more, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, sour cream and black pepper. Time to look up more names. So we got Garcia. And we've got Randolph. Then we've got the Elephant and Castle. I think that was a Todd. I already had his name. Never mind. Already been there. And Moran. There. What about sour cream and bacon chips? Those are good too. Although I don't really see them very often in the shops. Kind of rarity around here. All right. Time to go to these new locations. Started with...
Miss Garcia, I know this must be difficult for you.
Roland God and I were very good friends. We had fun together. I know nothing about his death.
When did you last see him?
2 days ago.
Think hard, Miss Garcia. Who might have wanted him dead?
I told you, I don't know anything about it, and I mean it. Now leave me alone at once.
Oh, I see.
I just wrote the best information down. For Garcia, don't know nothing.
I'm terribly sorry, but the Randolphs left 2 weeks ago for a round-the-world cruise.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
It is. At last I have the house to myself. Good day.
Out of town. There's a doggy.
I'm terribly sorry,
Oh,
but the Randolphs left 2 weeks
no,
ago.
doggy, don't smoke. It's bad for your health.
That sounds lovely.
It is. At last I have the house to myself. Good day.
Good talk.
Roland Jacquard was here last night. He picked up Letitia.
How serious was the romance between Miss Garcia and Jacquard?
Well, not as serious as Jacquard would have liked. Letitia is a fun-loving girl. She has lots of admirers, and she knows how to take advantage of it.
Do you know who else she was taking her fun with, so to speak?
Well, there are three who come to mind. Jacquard, but I guess we might say he's no longer in the running. Marco Escobedo, the pugilist, who seems particularly smitten with her. And Celesta Ogilvy,
so to speak.
Well, there are three who come to mind. Jacquard, but I guess we might say he's no longer in the running. Marco Escobedo, the pugilist, who seems particularly smitten with her. And Celesta Ogilvy, who is rather a strange bird.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to kill Jacquard?
No, sir. I've been studying drama all my life, but I only watch it, mate. I don't write it.
Great music, by the way. He did say Escobedo, but there's two. Yeah, I go to both. And Ogilvy.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learned nothing?
Don't get testy, Holmes. There wasn't anyone about.
My humble apologies.
I've just spent a grueling day at the Bank of England and Drummond's trying to determine the extent of the loss Mr. Ravel has caused our firm.
How do you suppose he managed it?
It was so simple. Once he knew the accounts and their account numbers, it was only a matter of transferring the money into letters of credit or any account he chose.
How did he learn the account numbers?
Now, that's the mystery. Neil Patterson and myself are the only ones who have access to that information.
Is there no one else?
There's Mrs. Lindsay, but all of her dealings with the firm are handled through a solicitor, Charles Abad.
Abad? Do you mean a Todd?
Oh, yes, that's the chap.
What were you doing at Roland Jacquard's house this morning?
I didn't do nothing to nobody. Leave me alone.
Well, you were spotted at the scene of the crime. Did you murder Jacquard?
I didn't murder nobody. It was Marco. Marco, my brother.
Thank you.
Juan did none. So let's see what Marco did.
Mr. Escobedo, wake up, please.
What do you want? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Watson. I need to ask you a few questions about Roland Jacquard.
I can tell you nothing. I did not even know him.
You know who he was?
Yes. He was ladies' man. He was interested in my lady.
Letitia Garcia.
He did not love her the way I love her. What difference does it make? He's dead. Now go away!
Where were you last night?
At the Ring. Then I go to a restaurant.
Which one?
Spaniard's Inn. Then I come home and go to bed. I have a big fight tomorrow. I'm in training. I need my sleep.
Do you know who might have wanted to kill Jacquard?
No, and I don't care. Now go away. I have to get up and go to the gym.
Gotta love those very stereotypical mustaches for the Spanish boys.
Oh, Letitia mentioned Roland Jacquard a number of times, but I never had the pleasure of meeting him. She is a popular girl. At times, I think she really can't handle it. After all, she is only a child.
What is your relationship with Miss Garcia?
I am like a father figure, someone she can come to when she needs advice, which is often.
What has she told you about Jacquard?
That he wanted to marry her, but she is in love with someone else, a man from her home village. She just isn't ready to give up her freedom, I suppose.
Who is it that she's in love with, Sir Lester?
Marco Escobedo.
Just like he is in love with her. All right.
Oh, look. There is a note on the door that says that they will be out all afternoon. It appears we have wasted our time.
Excellent deduction, Watson. You're finally learning.
Warner Brothers and Dot.
Was Marco Escobedo here for dinner last night?
I suppose, if you can call 6 shots of whiskey dinner.
Oh, I see.
He arrived about 10 o'clock and went straight to the bar and started drinking. Or should I say, continued drinking. He was quite drunk and in a very mean mood.
What time did he leave?
When we closed at midnight. He didn't even leave a tip.
Well, it's easy to tell that Jacquard was not killed, in drunkard raven madness of jealousy. That's a sentence that I just made up. Beep, 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 beep. This bloke had a row with someone who fought back hard, claims he's in love with Miss Garcia, though we'd think any one of us would be an improvement on this lout. Says he spent last night at the ring.
What can you tell me about Marco Escobedo?
I'll tell you, that worthless bum better put up a good fight.
I understand he was here last night working out.
You've got to be joking. He only works out in bars and bedrooms. He hasn't seen the inside of a ring for 4 months.
Oh. So then it might have been Marco. Ei taida olla siellä Espoossa kuulee teidän pihagrilli, mikä palaa. Siellä on tuikattu vanha VPK-asema tuleen Tuomarilassa. Ja Tuomarilla on perkeleen kaukana meikäläisestä, ei se tänne saakka haisisi. Siis Tuomarilla on meikäläisestä 0,5 tunnin päässä. Niin ei se kyllä tänne saakka lentäisi ne löyhkät.
Charles Ettard had an account with us for years. As you know, he was one of the top-paid barristers in London, and his bank account attested to that fact. Both he and Roland Jacquard kept large balances in their accounts.
What about Nathan Ravel?
He also had an account with us, and we handled the sale of his mother's property after she died 3 years ago. That left him a nice little sum, which he added to from time to time. Then, starting about a month ago, his balance started to drop to practically nothing.
So Ravel was using his money quite frequently. Who knows on what? Sir Charles Baskerville, I see. That's a familiar name.
Nathan Revell and Mr. Jacquard are both members at the club. Nathan and I are partners and frequently played against Jacquard and his partner, Moran.
Sebastian Moran?
Yes.
How well did the two of you meet their challenge?
It's hard to believe, but at first we won. They're two of the best players at the club. But then our luck changed. We couldn't win no matter how good the cards were.
Did they cheat?
Cheat? Of course not. Club members are gentlemen.
Did you have a wager on the game, Mr. Adair?
A small one. A pound or two, nothing important.
And Revell?
I don't know.
When did you last see Revell?
The night before he died. We were playing against Jacquard and Moran till midnight. We didn't win a game all night. Nathan seemed upset. He and Moran seemed to have a bit of a disagreement.
What about the night Revell was murdered?
I had a drink here with Moran. He said he was waiting for Nathan. When he didn't show, he got upset. He waited till a little before 8 and then left. He told me if Nathan stopped by to tell him to meet him at the Tankerville.
When was the last time you saw Jacquard?
Last night about 8:30. He'd been here since 4:30. He received a postal telegram. After reading it, he jumped from his chair saying he had unexpected business.
Have you seen Moran lately?
Not for the last few days. I understand he's on the continent.
Consumption hospital. Hey, Lissou. Lissou. Wai Fong Gong Gong. What's the name? Yep, she's gonna be a bridesmaid. Yay! I hope you have a good time. And not too much pressure, you know. But I'm sure you're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun. Don't forget to share pictures of when you wear the bridesmaid dress. Unless it's a bit too much, you know. This case. Bachelorette party is going to be somewhere in Europe. Ooh. That'll be fun. Okay, so Twigs pickpocketed Revel and Attard. He had their wallets and also Attard's golden watch. Because it had the engraving of CA, which is Charles Attard. It's like Twigs is definitely involved in this. And it feels like Moran is involved in this. But I can't figure out how. Like who did and what. But somehow it's all involved in this bank account business. Jacquard was... And also, they went to Jacquard's place and stole the Persian rug? So, well, there's only one place to go that I haven't been to. The Landmark Limited. That's the place that Mrs. Ivory pointed me towards.
I'm interested in one of your delivery wagons.
Do you need to move it stiff?
No, I'm referring to the fact that one of your wagons was seen last night near Russell Square.
Russell Square? Last night? Damn that Escobedo.
Escobedo?
Juan Escobedo, my worker. I've told him never to take that wagon without telling me.
Are you certain it was he?
I only have one wagon and one employee. I wondered why there was a rug on the back of it this morning. Now it all makes sense.
Do you know where Juan Escobedo is now?
He reported in sick. But if you track him down, tell him he's fired.
Okay. So Juan and Marco definitely are up to something different here. And why would they take the Persia rug? I don't know. But he did say right at the beginning.
I'm interested in one of your delivery wagons.
Do you need to move it stiff?
No,
Need to move a stiff. So Landmark Limited is definitely a hearse. It's a hearse company. As in they deliver... They have the authority of moving corpses. No, this is a mystery of the Thames murders. There's several dead people, like 4 in total. And there's two kinds of things happening here. One is that there's one who has embezzled money from banks. And also that person was in love with a stage performer who had nothing to do with him, but she is in love with a very angry Spaniard man called Escobedo Marco, who is a boxer, but he hasn't been in any kind of fights in 4 months because he just keeps drinking a lot. So, and his brother Juan works in this place. So currently it seems like that the whole bank account business is like nothing to do with the murder of Jacquard. It feels like Revel and Attard were killed by Twigs because he stole their stuff. He had the stiletto, so he probably stabbed them to get their wallets and the gold watch, and left 4 days ago. Maybe. I mean, the latest victim is Jacquard, but it feels like Jacquard was killed by Marco. because of jealousy. He wanted the Jacquard to leave Letitia alone. Because she is his woman. Something like that. I'm not really sure about this case. Not really sure about my estimations here. He says his brother Marco did in Jacquard. I mean, that would make sense, because if Juan was the one who drove the wagon, and they went to his house to grab the rug, which was found in... This bloke had a row with someone. Yeah, that's what I already heard. Manager told us he ain't seen high nor hell of us escapading for months. We smell a rat. Looks like Jacquard's rug turned up in the back of a funeral wagon. Yep. Now it's definitely pointing at Marco killing Jacquard, but all the others were killed by somebody else. This bloke wanted a few bob just to look inside some old bag of twigs left behind, with which the bag itself ain't worth a few bob, so we gave this one to the brush off. Oh, you of little faith. It was much more worthy than you think, because it had all those wallets, the gold watch, and the stiletto. Oh yeah, Eurovision night. I forgot that Eurovision is happening. I haven't cared about Eurovision since Lordi won. That was good. That was good enough for me. Finland actually winning. That's it. Farber was decent enough to try to explain all that financial malarkey to us, but we just don't have a head for it. Starts in an hour. Alright. Have fun watching. Those who watch. Yeah, when I heard that song, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. It feels like every year, the Finnish representative for Eurovision gets worse and worse and dumber. It's like, don't people listen to music anymore? Ugh. The landlady says that when she came in this morning, the door was kicked in and Mr. Jacquard and a Persian rug was missing. Ah, so they wrapped his body in the rug, then disposed it somewhere else. Alright. I think we got everything we need. I hope. Let's see if I can solve this case.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a...
Missing something. What am I missing? What am I missing? Must be something very simple. I think the last time I watched or cared about Eurovision was never. Understandable. I mean, I never was a big fan of Eurovision to begin with. I just watched it when Lordi was chosen for it because Lordi was so cool. What am I missing? What the clue is what I need.
Heard anything about the Thames murders?
Well, two of the victims was regulars here. Cyril Maud and Curtis Twiggs.
Twiggs?
Yeah, Twiggs. The one the police identified as Leo Shepard. Twiggs and Maud were partners, part of the Moriarty gang. Word had it that they were Moran's strong-arm boys. Twiggs was the knife man, and Maud was a deadly aim with a pistol. Together, they made quite a mean pair.
Any word on why they were murdered?
No, nothing. Although, after the murder, word had it that Moran wanted to find Twiggs. No reason, but then Moran don't have to give one.
When did you last see them?
The night Maud was murdered. He and Twiggs were sitting here, drinking their dinners. Around 8 o'clock, Moran comes in, talks to them, and leaves. Maud checks over his pistol. They drained their pints and dashed off murdered. He and Twiggs were sitting here, drinking their dinners. Around 8 o'clock, Moran comes in, talks to them, and leaves. Maud checks over his pistol. They drained their pints and dashed off.
So yeah, Twiggs was Shepard. Shepard was the false name. Twiggs is the real name. So Maud and Twiggs got killed. Moran came in to talk with Maud and Twiggs, and they went off. I'm sure if I asked this before, have you played Tesla Effect Tex Murphy Adventure? I just finished it last week. You completely missed it out, Lissu. I finished it. Yeah, seriously, last week. Played it through, first time, and it was great. I really enjoyed it. Made you seasick? Why would it make you seasick?
Hits the spot. Will help.
Lestrade asking?
He'd like you to solve the Thames murder.
Stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning.
The stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap.
From my understanding, his was a reputation as a mountebank and a ne'er-do-well.
From what I hear, he's found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning.
The stepson of Lord Astley Denham?
That's the chap.
From my understanding, his was a
Denham.
reputation as a mountebank and a ne'er-do-well.
From what I hear, he spent most of his days
I
at
don't
the
mean.
card
I don't
tables
think
of
he
the
means
Bagatelle
jeans.
Card Club.
Denham. That's the name that I missed out on the beginning. Lord Astley Denham. There we are. All right. Yet again, something that I missed at the intro.
My stepson was not welcome in this house. He was a no-good mountebank.
Yes, the most stereotypical lord voice that anybody could have. Yes, I'm almost like Churchill. Brr, bah, brr, bah, humbug.
My stepson.
I mean, that is the fakest freaking voice for anything. That's what I would use for comedy. And I do. For fuck's sake. You're supposed to be Lord.
Son was not welcome in this house. He was a no-good mountebank. A no-good...
Astley, dear.
Quiet, darling. I'll handle this.
Exactly.
He spent all of his time in card rooms and bedrooms. I threw him out of the house 6 years ago and haven't seen him since. The only question I have is why someone hasn't killed him before this.
Oh, Astley!
I'm afraid you'll have to leave. You're upsetting my wife.
But Astley...
All of his time in card rooms. He spent all of his time in card rooms and bedrooms. I threw him out of the house 6 years ago and haven't seen him since. The only question I have is why someone hasn't killed him before this.
Oh, Astley!
I'm afraid you'll have to leave. You're upsetting my wife.
But Astley, I'm not...
Quiet, darling. I'll handle this. I tried to make a man of him, but couldn't. Perhaps if he'd gone grouse hunting with me in Scotland, I could have. You must leave now. Good day.
Good day.
Well, that gave me nothing. Other than Jacquard was not welcome there since 6 years ago. That helped me not at all. What was the other club that I'm in? Was it this one? I think it was. Oh yes, Bagatelle. Last saw Ravel before death.
Nathan Ravel and Mr. Jacquard are both members at the club. Nathan and I are partners and frequently played against Jacquard and his partner, Moran.
Sebastian Moran?
Yes.
How well did the two of you meet their challenge?
It's hard to believe, but at first we won. They're two of the best players at the club. But then our luck changed. We couldn't win no matter how good the cards were.
Did they cheat?
Cheat? Of course not. Club members are gentlemen.
Did you have a wager on the game, Mr. Adair?
A small one. A pound or two, nothing important.
And Ravel?
I don't know.
When did you last see Ravel?
The night before he died. We were playing against Jacquard and Moran till midnight. We didn't win a game all night. Nathan seemed upset. He and Moran seemed to have a bit of a disagreement.
What about the night Ravel was murdered?
I had a drink here with Moran. He said he was waiting for Nathan. When he didn't show, he got upset. He waited till a little before 8 and then left. He told me if Nathan stopped by to tell him to meet him at the Tankerville.
When was the last time you saw Jacquard?
Last night about 8:30. He'd been here since 4:30. He received a postal telegram. After reading it, he jumped from his chair saying he had unexpected business.
Have you seen Moran lately?
Not for the last few days.
So he mentioned a place that I forgot to write down. Tankerville Club. Who's going to watch ice hockey tomorrow? I'm not sure if there's that many sports people here.
Do you recall if Roland Jacquard had dinner here on the evening of May 30th?
He arrived at 7:30 p.m. and was joined by Mrs. Kathleen Lindsay. He ordered a bottle of Gros Le Rose, 76, to accompany their duck.
I'm not interested in what they ate, but I am curious to know when they left.
They left at midnight.
Did anyone else join them?
Colonel Sebastian Moran at 9:10. He had one drink with them and left at 9:45.
Was that the last time you saw Jacquard?
No. The last time I saw Mr. Jacquard was June 1. He spent most of the afternoon in the game room, came into the dining room around 8:30. He had dinner alone and left at 9:30.
Thank you. This has been most illuminating.
He arrived at 7:30 p.m. and was joined by Mrs. Kathleen Lindsay. He ordered a bottle of
dinner here on the evening of May... Do you recall if Roland Jacquard had dinner here on the evening of May 30th?
He arrived at 7:30 p.m. and was joined by Mrs. Kathleen Lindsay. He ordered a bottle of Gros Le Rose, 76, to accompany their duck.
I'm not interested in what they ate, but I am curious to know when they left.
They left at midnight.
Did anyone else join them?
Colonel Sebastian ran at 9:10. He had one drink with them and left at 9:45.
Was that the last time you saw Jacquard?
No. The last time I saw Mr. Jacquard was June 1. He spent most of the afternoon in the game room, came into the dining room around 8:30. He had dinner alone and left at 9:30.
Thank you. This has been most illuminating.
Most illuminating indeed. I'm getting the feeling that Moran is the murderer of everything. Moran is the one who was organizing everything. Then he hired the Escobedo brothers to get Jacquard's corpse, which they wrapped up in the Persian rug. At that point, he had already killed him. Get a feeling that the Moran was doing all this because of the money embezzled. Everybody was in the financial business in the bank. Moran just wanted all the money to himself. Seems to be the case here. I'm not too sure.
Past midnight last night, I picked up a young woman at that place where you said the murder was. She wanted me to make a stop at the Elephant Castle, and then I took her round. Past midnight last night, I picked up a young woman at that place where you said the murder was. She wanted me to make a stop at the Elephant Castle, and then I took her round.
Huh. Okay. So Letitia was at the site of the murder. I went back to Elephant and whatever's. The more I learn, the more confused I get. No wonder this bloke couldn't defend himself. We found a Webley revolver and a box of Mauser 11mm shells in Mort's room. No way those bullets could have fit in that pistol. Hey, wait a minute. There's a Webley revolver in... Jacquard's place had the same kind of pistol. 3 shots fired. Mauser hadn't been shot at all. Because apparently Maud stole the bullets. Or maybe Jack Gordon. Cyril Maud.
Charles Ettard had an account with us for years. As you know, he was one of the top-paid barristers in London, and his bank account attested to that fact. Both he and Roland Jacquard kept large balances in their accounts.
How about Nathan Ravel?
He also had an account with us, and we handled the sale of his mother's property after she died 3 years ago. That left him a nice little sum, which he added to from time to time. Then, starting about a month ago, his balance started to drop to practically nothing.
Fascinating information, thank you.
I believe Attard was in the pay of Moriarty.
So he sought not justice, but protection of the underworld from justice.
Indeed, I'm afraid you're right, Holmes.
I have missed out on some information from somebody.
Heard anything about the Thames murders?
Well, two of the victims was regulars here. Cyril Maud and Curtis Twiggs.
Twiggs?
Yeah, Twiggs. The one the police identified as Leo Shepard. Twiggs and Maud were partners, part of the Moriarty gang. Word had it that they were Moran's strong-arm boys. Twiggs was the knife man, and Maud was a deadly aim with a pistol. Together, they made quite a mean pair.
Any word on why they were murdered?
No, nothing. Although, after the murder, word had it that Moran wanted to find Twiggs. No reason, but then Moran don't have to give one.
When did you last see them?
The night Maud was murdered. He and Twiggs were sitting here, drinking their dinners. Around 8 o'clock, Moran comes in, talks to them, and leaves. Maud checks over his pistol. They drained their pints and dashed off.
I've been thinking it over, Holmes, and I've decided that I don't need outside help. Are dismissed.
Sorry. I have no choice but to continue.
That's odd.
Since Twiggs and Maud were hardened criminals for sure.
Well, Watson, what did...
He wasn't there.
Cyril Maud? A bad egg he was. Nothing but trouble the whole time he was here.
If it isn't too much of an inconvenience, perhaps I could speak with one of his friends.
Friends? Maud wouldn't know what the word meant. The closest thing he had to a friend was his cellmate, Curtis Twiggs. I don't know which one of them was worse.
Then Mr. Twiggs will have to do. Perhaps he will speak with me.
I'm not sorry to say he's no longer here. He was released back into our unsuspecting society in 1886. Surprisingly, I've not heard of him since. I'm sure my gain is society's loss.
So that's how the two met. Twiggs and Maud were cellmates in the prison. Do I now have a case?
Terribly sorry. It seems...
Okay, sweet. See you later. Hall says that the Todd was being paid by Moriarty. Okay. Hawk says the word out in the underground is to find Curtis Twiggs. Every lowlife on the streets is looking for him, including us. We call Lestrade napping on the job and I swipe at this. Thames murder case, victim 1, Nathan Revell. Found floating in the Thames on the London Bridge at about 11 p.m. Friday last. Shot twice in the back. He was a senior clerk at Lindsay & Co., lived alone and led a quiet life that revolved around his work and the Bagatelle Club. He had never ran afoul of the law. Robbery suspected as Mr. Revell's wages, which he had received the day he was murdered, were missing, along with his wallet. He also had a suicide note, but as I pointed out to Barry, 2 bullets in the back is no easy way to commit suicide. Victim 2, Cyril Maud, found a few hours later about 2 a.m. The Yard has a thick dossier on Maud. He started on a crime spree at the age of 13 and didn't quit until we found him floating in the Thames. Spent several years in and out of Millbank prison. Victim 3, Charles Attard, famous barrister and well-known defender of London's criminal society, found shot to death at 9 p.m. He had been dead about 1 hour. Robbery suspected since no wallet was found on the body. Victim 4, Leah Shepherd, found shot with the body floating near Southwark Bridge. We have no information on the identity of this man and no motive since his wallet was still on him. Victim 5, Roland Jacquard, stepson of Lord Denham Astley. His body was found under the Charing Cross footbridge early this morning. Made his living at the card tables of the Bagatelle Club. No motive yet established. Huh. I mean, we know that Leah Shepherd there is actually Twiggs. So first was Revell. He was the one who embezzled all the money. Somehow with the Jacquard. Then there was Cyril Maud. But why was Attard and Jacquard killed? Everything goes into Lindsay Company somehow. It's connected.
This has all been very difficult. You see, I knew 3 of the victims. Charles Attard was my solicitor, Roland Jacquard a friend, and Nathan Revell worked for my late husband's firm, Lindsay & Company. For the life of me, I can't imagine why anyone would want to kill them.
Did the victims know one another, Mrs. Lindsay?
Roland and Charles were friends. In fact, Roland introduced me to Charles. I suppose Charles must have met Revell when he went to the firm to handle my business affairs, but he never mentioned it. I don't think Roland knew Revell at all. I can't imagine how he would.
Well, they somehow knew each other. Because they're now all dead. Meek was on his way out and thought you might want to take a look at this. Nathan Ravel brought in around midnight at May 30. Victim had been dead for 2 to 3 hours. Male, about 50 years old, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 220 pounds. Bad lungs, bad hearts, and probably had 6 months to 2 years before one of his diseased organs would have caused his death. Cause of death on the 30th of May, however, was 2 gunshot wounds in the back. It was a large caliber gun fired at close range. One bullet, which I believe was the first one, entered the midsection of the back, severed the spinal cord, and lodged in the heart. The other bullet entered the mid back, angled down toward the liver, and exited from the lower abdomen. Remains of the bullet and the victim's personal effects were sent to the criminology lab. Damn. Ravel, no wonder there was like a suicide note with Ravel. He was dying. From who knows what disease. Cyril Maud brought in approximately 3 hours after Mr. Ravel. Time of death approximately midnight. Male approximately 25 years of age, 5 feet to 3 inches, 135 pounds. Victim was a strong young man with no organic diseases. He was killed by a long, sharp object that entered below the left armpit and went through his lung and into his heart. Death was instantaneous. Twigs knew how to kill a man. And that would be a very silent kill, because it would pierce the lung and also the heart, so... Charles Attard, body arrived at 10 p.m. June 1st. Male, aged 52, height of 5 feet 11 inches, 180 pounds. Good health for a man his age, strong, good muscle tone. Death was caused by 2 large caliber bullets, one in the chest and the other in the abdomen. He was shot at close range. Not a pretty sight, but death never is. Leo Shepard, body was brought in just before midnight, June 3rd. I gauged the time of death to be between 8 and 10 p.m. Male, mid-30s, height 6 feet 2 inches and 210 pounds. A very strong man with an obvious history of violence. His body was covered with the scars, with a long one across his forehead. He had been shot twice before and stabbed a number of times. Also, he had apparently received a flesh wound in the left shoulder a day or 2 before his death. It appeared to be from a small caliber gun. I removed the other small caliber bullets that hit him the night he died and sent all of them to Murray at the lab. Mr. Shepard must have most likely suffered a gruesome death, as the bullets merely paralyzed him. The actual cause of death was drowning. Roland Jacquard, and the body arrived a little after 3 o'clock this morning. He had been dead for approximately 2 hours. Jacquard was in his mid-30s, 6 feet in height, 170 pounds, good physical shape. It appears he put up quite a fight. He was badly beaten. But from the bruises on his hands and knuckles, I would say he left some marks on the murderer. Death was by strangulation. At least Mr. Jacquard went out in style. Judging from the contents of his stomach, he had not long before supped on pheasant and a pâté de foie gras pie. Okay, so Ravel, Maud, Shepard, and Twigs. Well, not Shepard and Twigs, Twigs and Attard. All those 4 were killed by Moran, but Jacquard was definitely killed by Marco Escobedo. Completely different MO. So he was not in the same with the others. The old coot was just leaving and gave us this note for some bloke named Whitson. Dear Whitson, I knew you would be coming around, but I couldn't wait. Examining the evidence from 5 murders in such short order has left me whacked to the bone. If I'm not careful, I'll wind up just as stiff in Meeks' lab. Then who would examine my evidence? So I have left you everything I think you need to know. Case 694. Nathan Ravel's slug removed from body was destroyed beyond recognition. Judging from its weight and the powder I found on the back of the chain's overcoat, it could have come from a large caliber gun of German manufacture. Take care, Lisu. The powder is manufactured by Krupp in Germany for use with the Mauser T11. Also discovered something odd, a suicide note that was stamped and ready to be posted. Couldn't make out the address. It said Patterson. By the time you get this letter, I will be dead. The monies I took are in my room. I was in trouble and had no choice. Now I'm taking the only way out left for me. The rest was blurred, consider it ink floating in the Thames. Lestrade was certain it was suicide until I pointed out that it would have been a difficult feat for the fellow to shoot himself in the back. He also had a bank book from the Bank of England and a membership card from the Bagatelle Club. Case 704. Leo Shepard. 2 bullet holes in the back of an old plaid shirt. Looks like a .30 caliber gun, a French made. There was a third bullet from a wound received a day earlier, not a type ordinarily used in a murder attempt. He had a wallet with £10 and Siemens papers from Jardines. I guess I need to go to Jardines. Case 699. Cyril Maud, Mr. Slim Pickens. Just had the ragged clothes on his back. Looks like the hole in his shirt was caused by a stiletto-type knife that went in under the armpit. Case 701. Charles Attard. I think you will find something of interest here. Mr. 701 was killed by 2 shots at very close range by our old friend, the Mauser T11. One in the chest and the other in the abdomen. Unfortunately, I can't determine if the shots came from the same gun, because the bullets are in no shape to be matched. I could say that they came from the same type of gun. 701 also had a pepper box, an interesting little gun, American made. The gun fires shots like the one removed from Shepard's shoulder. Do you suppose there might be a connection? Nothing else of much interest. Just a broken gold watch chain, no watch. Hmm. 706, Roland Jacquard. From Meeks' report, it looks as if he had been strangled. There is nothing in the physical evidence that would indicate otherwise. Just a pile of very expensive clothes minus underwear. Imagine, the man could afford silk shirts and French shoes, but didn't even buy himself a simple pair of skivvies. Which and what is this world coming to? Yours, H.R. Murray. I guess he just liked being commando style, you know? Hmm. I think I'm starting to get what's been happening. Cyril Bolton been up on charges for violent crimes 3 times and 3 times got off the hook for lack of evidence. We'd wager the bloke's got a strong arm protector taking care of business for him when times get tough. Yeah, that's Moran. He's a nervy blighter, ain't he? Says he never talks to fellows who've obeyed. Porky says that Leo Shepard is Curtis Twiggs. The landlady says Mr. Revel was a good chap. She can't imagine why anyone would want to do a mean. The old bird nearly knocked our teeth out with her broom. Claims her son Leo ain't dead. The landlady says that when she came in this morning, the door was kicked in and Mr. Jacquard and the Persian rock was buzzing. Hmm. I think I might now have all the information that I need to solve this case. Maybe.
Hear ye, hear ye.
I guess
The
so.
Queen's Court stands in order.
I understand you're ready to unravel the Thames murders.
I guess so.
A complicated case indeed.
Very.
Tell me who murdered Nathan Ravel. Please choose from either your notebook or the directory.
I would say it's Cyril Maud. Because he was shot. I think. I mean, it's the only option that I can think of. Hey, Asp.
Positively correct. Now tell the court, why did Maud murder Ravel?
Ravel wouldn't share the securities with him. He was ordered by Sebastian Moran. He did it in self-defense. Ravel had cheated Maud at whist. No, Maud didn't play cards. Ravel did. But so did Moran.
So, Maud was merely a henchman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, who put an end to his unsavory life?
Well, that would be Twigs. That would be Twigs. Because we know that he is the master of the stiletto.
Excellent deduction. Now, why did Twigs kill Maud?
Maud was planning to turn Twigs over to Scotland Yard for the murder of Nathan Ravel. He was ordered by Sebastian Moran, did it in self-defense, to take the embezzled securities for himself. I mean... They did break into his house, most likely. Because the window was broken and all. So they must have gotten those embezzled security, because Ravel was the embezzler. So he had all the money.
Brilliant reasoning. Now tell the court who murdered Charles Attard.
Well... that's where I'm gonna stumble a little. I mean, the only ones that come to mind to me is that there's... At this point, Maud and Ravel are dead. Maud was the one with the gun. And Attard was also shot to death. But Twigs took a shot at himself. But it has to be Twigs. It can't be anybody else. Because he killed already Maud, so why wouldn't he the one with the gun?
Twigs was a busy and brutal man, wasn't he?
Yep.
Tell me, why did he do it?
Did it in self-defense. Attard was planning to turn Twigs over to Scotland Yard for the murder of Cyril Maud. Attard was blackmailing Twigs, who had pulled off a successful robbery of Drummond's bank. It was ordered by Moran. Now, in this case, it would be self-defense because he did have that wound made by a different gun, which Attard had. At least we found all those weapons all over the place. And then he just stole Attard's pocket watch and wallet while he was at it.
I suppose Attard was no match for Twigs in a gunfight, but clearly someone was. Tell the court
who
murdered Curtis Twigs.
Good job. Good job.
Tell the court who finally murdered Curtis Twiggs.
I would say that would be Moran, because he didn't need his. Either Moran or Jacquard, because Jacquard is definitely involved in all this in some way. I started thinking because when we checked Jacquard's place, he had that pistol with 3 shots fired from it. Mauser not used. And because Jacquard has the Mauser, and then Mauser has been like the weapon used to kill people already. And Twiggs did have the same bullet holes. Which is the Mauser. So it had to be Jacquard then.
Superb deduction.
Thanks.
Now, what was Jacquard's motive?
Good question. He had discovered that Twiggs was having a relationship with Leticia Garcia. Nope. To retrieve the embezzled securities for Moran, who was planning to turn Twiggs over to Scotland Yard for the murder of Silverbolt and Charles Attard, and retribution for the murder of his friend Attard. Well, it would be still the embezzled. Embezzlement was a big thing about the whole thing. Like, this was the centerpiece of everything. So, embezzlement?
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Yes.
Now please tell the court who murdered Roland Jacquard.
Now that would be the Escobedo brothers. Because since Leticia Garcia has been mentioned, it would be... Which one was it? Marco. Marco was the one that strangled him. Not to mention Marco was the one in love with Leticia Garcia, and also he's a fighter. Or was a fighter.
Bravo! Now, what was Escobedo's motive?
Jealousy, maybe? He had discovered Jacquard's plan to rig the boxing match. Never mentioned anywhere. To steal the embezzled securities. He didn't know it. He was ordered by Moran. Didn't know them. Jealousy over Jacquard's relationship with Leticia Garcia.
Exemplary work on a most difficult case.
Thank you.
The court is recessed. Until next time.
Well, there won't be a next time. This is it. That was the final case.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Well, Holmes, you've done it again.
I believe we've done it, Watson.
Oh, yes. But the twists and turns of this one still puzzle me. Would you mind...
Elaborating? Not at all. Nathan Revell was a simple, hard-working fellow whose one passion became his undoing.
Whist?
Indeed. Once he began to play with the likes of Moran and Jacquard, his fate, I'm afraid, was sealed.
Do you suppose he was cheated?
Out of his money and his life. You see, by cheating Revell at the card table, Moran was able to force him to participate in his scheme to embezzle from Lindsay and Company. And once he had Revell under his thumb, he enlisted Charles Attard, who was Mrs. Lindsay's lawyer. Through him, he was able to gain access to the firm's confidential records, and thus he had all he needed to execute his embezzlement scheme.
I suppose Mr. Revell's suicide note would suggest he had a change of heart.
Precisely, Watson. And on the evening he was to take the embezzled securities to Moran, Revell wrote that suicide note and left the documents in his room for Patterson to find.
concerned. So that's how Maud and Twigs fit in.
Yes. Moran sent them to kill Ravel and retrieve the stolen securities. Maud, the gunman, shot Ravel, and he and Twigs dropped the body into the Thames. But holding £6,000 was too much temptation for Twigs. He killed Maud, took the securities and the Mauser T11 and went into hiding.
So then a Todd went looking for Twigs.
And unfortunately for him, he found him. Twigs killed him with the gun he'd taken from Maud.
What made you first suspect that it was Jacquard that finally put an end to Curtis Twigs?
I knew from the moment we discovered the securities, the Mauser, and the Lafaux show at Jacquard's home. It all fit together, an all too common tale of dishonesty and betrayal. The only thing that didn't fit was the death of Roland Jacquard.
I suppose if he'd been killed for the securities, we wouldn't have found them on his desk, would we?
Very observant, Watson. You see, this was a death due not to his criminal intrigues, but to his romantic intrigue with one Letitia Garcia. There was another man who believed she belonged to him.
Marco Escobedo?
Yes.
I've always thought it would be rather risky to become romantically involved with a lady friend of a pugilist.
Words to live by, Watson.
I shudder to think what happened that night.
It is a grisly thought. Because after Jacquard murdered Twigs and brought Miss Garcia back to his home, and into his bedroom, I might add, they were interrupted by Escobedo. Judging by the clothing strewn about the room, poor Mr. Jacquard must have been in the nude when Escobedo attacked and murdered him.
That would explain the skivvies.
Or lack thereof. Escobedo must have quickly dressed the body, not showing the same care as the fastidious Jacquard. He then rolled the body up in the bedroom rug and dumped it into the Thames. An ironic resting place, to be sure, since he knew nothing of Jacquard's involvement with the other murders.
Positively brilliant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. And would it be nice to know that this case solution always meant that there's the Sherlock explaining all his deductions. Yeah, well, that's that then.